research challenges so far. We understand that we are required by CHED and our university to do some researches, but of course we don't have any mentor like you or any venue where we can get some strengths and uh, something like how are we going to comply all those requirements. And of course you are teaching us all these trainings and that we never had experienced even before, maybe on just simple readings that we had and simple trainings that are not so intentional like this. My point here is, of course you are teaching us all this, and then though I'm not done with my pablons yet, but I know that that would be our doorway at the same time. And yes, we are talking about RRL now, but of course, and talking about journals and some references where we can get to our literary RRL contents. But of course, our problem is how are we going to enter such journals? That's my next concern. As we go along writing our RRL, we do not know where are we going to get some, since when we try to open it, we cannot enter it. We are asked of our institution and the password, but we do not know. So though we know all these things, but along the way as we write, we cannot gather any reviews or any sources. And that's the problem that I would like to raise on how are you going to, again, mentor us in that aspect. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, so as part of the training today, we are going to talk about how to begin from scratch. Let's assume that today you make up your mind to do literature review, okay? And maybe you write a review article. How do you begin? Okay, so we are going to begin step by step in the next presentation. So we will talk about everything, and then you will know exactly how to go about it. Okay, and then actually there's an easy way to download any paper online, even if it's paid. Maybe some of you know how, but for those of you who do not know, I will show you. In case you want to download a paper and they are asking you to pay, you can, there is a way you can download it easily, okay, without having to pay. Okay, so we'll talk about that as well. Okay. Okay, Mom Catherine is asking, do we have to ask permission from the authors of the journal for review, literature review publication? Not really, Mom Catherine. Sometimes it could be if you are connected with a journal. Okay, if you are connected with a journal, you can do that. But if you are not connected with a journal, you can just do the review. But you have to check the scope of the journal first. Okay, you have to check the scope of the journal first. Okay, before you write a review for the journal. However, if you are connected with a journal, okay, you can just talk to the editor. I want to do review about this. Is it okay? Can I do it? And then if they give you the go ahead, you can do it. Okay, but if you're not connected to the journal, you can just go ahead and then check the scope of the journal, and then the type of article that are published by the journal. Okay, if they publish review articles, then you check the scope, what particular scope. Is it in accounting or is it in management? Then you can submit, okay? One thing about journals is that they will always publish a good paper, whether it's empirical or it's a review article. Once they know that this paper is good, they will always publish it, whether you ask permission or you did not ask permission. Okay. Let's see the next question here. Ma'am Catherine, did I answer your question?
Yes, Doc. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let me look at the next question here. Ma'am Ripple, may I ask if you know a referee journal that accepts Filipinos as medium of instruction? Filipino as medium of instruction. Ma'am Ripple, are you talking about publishing the paper using Filipino instead of English?
Yes, Doc. I
Okay.
mean, Filipino is the language used in the
Okay.
research instead of English.
Yeah, it's likely you can have journals in the Philippines that have both English and Filipino as the medium of publication. Okay, I have not come across one yet. However, because you have asked the question, I will check it out for you. Okay, I will check it out for you and then I'll communicate that to you later. But one thing, because I stayed in Thailand for like 6 years plus, most Thai journals, they have both English and Thai as medium of publication. Okay, so I'm sure that since English is not a first language here, they should have journals like that. But I will check just to be double sure. Okay, so Filipino as medium of publication.
Okay, thank you so much, Doc. I will
I will
just
check
wait
it.
for
Just follow
the
up
name
on
of the
me. Yeah?
journal.
Okay, just follow up on me about it. Okay, so the next one here is Matthew is asking, I'm using SciHub, okay, .se. Okay, SciHub.se can be used to download any paper. Okay, or you can use SciHub.tw or SciHub.ren, and then you can use it. Okay, so now we will just demonstrate it, and then you will know how to do it. In case you want to download a paper, they are asking you to pay. That is how you can do it. Okay, Ma'am Rosemary, you want to say something?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you can go ahead. Yes, please.
We talk about mentoring. I just want to say thank you for my book. I have received it already.
Okay.
My book that you mentor me how to publish this one.
Wow.
So I received the 10 copies right now. So thank you very much, sir.
You receive it right now?
Yeah, right now. Just right now. Give it to me.
Okay,
Or
okay.
deliver it to me right now.
Wow.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, you're welcome. Welcome. Okay, Ma'am Rosemary he joined the training about publishing a book with ISBN. Okay, so it's done already. By Monday, we'll send you the certificate of publication so that in case you want to do it, you can do it. Okay.
Yeah.
Congratulations again. The book looks good too.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Maybe
congratulations.
by after this publishing of research, I might pass another research for review.
Okay, okay, very good. Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, okay. So those of you, if you have some content you want to transform into a book, just for the purpose of promotion, we can help you to do that as well. Okay, even if it's worksheet you want to transform into a book, whatever, we can help you. Publish with ISBN. Okay. All right. So, any other questions?
Hello, Doc. Hello, Doc.
Yes.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, can you make a book I mean, can you help me on the book from a module? We can convert it into a book.
Yeah, even module, we can help you transform it into a book with ISBN and certificate of publication so that you can use it for your promotion. Yeah, because CHED is very strict on all those things. Okay, so we can help you to do that.
Okay, okay, sir. I will talk to you personally
Okay,
uh, if I can improve that module.
okay, no problem, sir.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, so if no questions, we are going to move on to the second presentation for today. The second presentation for today. Okay, so we are going to begin with, we are going to continue with defining the research problem. Okay, defining the research problem. Okay, a moment, I will share my screen again. Okay. All right, so if you want to do a review, okay, the review always begin with a problem. Okay, and problem here, we are talking about what is it exactly you want to do the review about, okay? What is it exactly you want to do the review about? So you are going to need a problem in mind, okay? So what is a research problem? Let's begin talking about that, okay? So when we say research problem, we are talking about a definite or clear impression or statement, okay, about number one, an area of concern, okay, an area of concern. It could also be a condition to be improved upon, okay, a condition to be improved upon. Or it could be a difficulty to be eliminated, okay, a difficulty to be eliminated. Or it could be a troubling question that exists in scholarly literature, in theory, or it could be within an existing practice that points to be a needful understanding, okay, and deliberate investigation. Okay, so research problem could be any of these things, okay? So you want to write a review. So your review could be around these things, okay? Any of these things, okay? So once you have your research problem in mind, okay, you have to come up with a problem statement. Okay, you need to come up with a problem statement. Okay, so when we say problem statement, it introduces the reader, okay, to the importance of the topic being studied. Okay, and then the reader is oriented about the significance of the study. Okay, so the importance of the study and then the significance of the study, okay, being highlighted in your problem statement. So again, the problem statement anchors the research question or hypothesis, okay, or assumption to follow. And it also offers a concise statement about the purpose of the paper. Okay, that is something you have to bear in mind. So usually your problem statement are going to focus on your research question. Don't forget that even in review paper, your review need to be centered around a question. Okay, so you don't just compile a bulk of information without any problem statement or without any problem in mind. Okay, right? So now let's look at the purpose of the problem statement. Okay, so it places the topic into a particular context. Okay, that defines the parameters of what it is to be investigated. So you have to get this clearly that your problem statement is going to put your study in context. Okay, that is why you have to clearly and articulately write a problem statement. Okay, and the problem statement is going to be part of your introduction. Okay, so then it provides a framework, okay, for reporting the results, okay, and indicate what is probably necessary to conduct a study and explain how the findings will present this information. So what that means here is that when you have a problem statement indicated, okay, it will also give a clear understanding about the problem that you are going to study. And it will also help to understand clearly the findings that you are expected to get. Okay, the findings you are expected to get. One thing I need to highlight is also like this. Even in literature review, there is finding. Okay, there is findings. So aside from your introduction, when you get into the body of the literature review, okay, whatever you are going to put together, okay, which looks like a chop suey, okay, you know the Filipino chop suey, okay, which looks like a chop suey is your finding, okay, and you are going to synthesize, you are going to analyze, and all the analysis and all your insight that you are going to add into the literature review becomes your finding, okay, right? So some attributes of a good problem statement. Okay, so if your problem statement is well written, it should be clear and provide precision. Okay, it should be just clear. It's not just something vague or something generalized. No, it should be clear and specific. Okay, and then your problem statement, if well written, it should be researchable. Okay, researchable. That is feasibility of conducting the study based upon the access of information that can be effectively acquired, gathered, interpreted, synthesized, and understood. Okay, so don't write down something which cannot be researched into or cannot be investigated. Okay, now the purpose. Okay, so identification of what would be studied. Okay, so the purpose statement is going to identify what is going to be studied. Okay, identification of an overarching question or small set of questions accompanied by key factors or variables. What that means is that your problem statement could be just one sentence, or it could just be like a sentence supported by a sub point. Okay, that is what it means. And then it also identifies key concepts, okay, and terms, and then articulation of the study's conceptual boundaries or parameters. Okay, so your problem statement will also mention the boundaries of your study. For example, like the example I mentioned earlier, or I showed you, okay, the study was about Thai abstract and then international abstract, specifically in accounting, okay, specifically in accounting. So that's the boundary, okay, that's the boundary of the study. It doesn't go beyond that. So in your problem statement, you are going to even indicate the boundaries of the study. Okay? And then some generalizations in regard to applicability and bringing results into general use. So in the problem statement, you're also going to talk about how applicable your study can be, how applicable your study can be. And then it will also talk about how your study can be generalized, like that. And then it should also convey the study's important benefits, justification, and so on and so forth. Okay, so take note of this. And then does not have unnecessary jargon, okay, or overly complex sentence construction. What we are saying here is that your problem statement should not contain jargon, okay, not complex sentences. It should be simple, easy to understand, don't use too much words, and so on and so forth. And then it should convey more than the mere gathering of descriptive data, okay, providing only a snapshot of the issue and issue of phenomenon under investigation. So what we are saying here is that, okay, your problem statement should convey what the study is actually about. Not just compiling of information, okay, but it should really provide a clear picture about your study, about the review. Okay, so whoever reads the problem statement will really get to know what the study is all about. Okay, now let's look at types of problem statement. There's a couple of them which we have to get to understand them. Okay, so the first one here is the pursuit research problem. Okay, so when we say that, what we mean is this. This type of problem relates to the determination of right and wrong in questions of conduct or concerns by analyzing moral dilemmas through the application of general rules, okay, and careful distinction of special issues. So here what we are saying is that if you are using this particular type of research problem, okay, it has to do with you are determining whether something is right or something is wrong, okay, something is right or wrong. So in your literature review, we are going to find out whether something is right or wrong. Okay, so if you write a problem statement that is indicating whether something is right or wrong, or telling about a moral dilemma or something like that, that is called a casual research problem. Okay, there are people who have written this kind of research problem, but they didn't know that that is the name of this particular research problem. Okay, so that is something you have to understand. Okay, and the next one is difference research problem. Okay, that's the second type of research problem, difference research problem. And over here, what we are saying is, okay, typically asked question, is there a difference between two or more groups or treatment? So this type of problem statement is used when the researcher compares or contrasts two or more phenomena. Okay, so if you are trying to ask a question, okay, you are trying to tell the difference between two things, okay, then you use this particular type of research problem, okay, and then this is a common approach. The common approach to defining research problem in in clinical social sciences or in the behavioral sciences. Okay, so like I mentioned, is there a difference between this and that? Are these the same or they are different? Okay, so in this case, you use this type of research problem. Okay, then number 3 is the descriptive research problem. Descriptive research problem. And over here, typically ask the question, what if, blah, 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 and so on and so forth, with the underlying purpose to describe the significance of a situation or maybe state or the existence of a specific phenomenon. Okay, so this particular research problem, okay, it's meant to describe. So if in your literature review, you are just describing situation or describing something or describing an event, a phenomenon or something, then you use this particular research problem. So this problem is often associated with revealing hidden or understood issues. Okay. Then number 4 is called relational research problem. Relational research problem. So over here, okay, it suggests a relationship of some sort between 2 or more variables to be investigated, okay, or 2 or more issues, okay, to be reviewed about, okay. And then the underlying purpose, okay, is to investigate specific qualities or characteristics that may be connected in some way. Okay, so we are going to review about qualities or characteristics that are connected in some way. Okay, so we use relational research problem. Okay, so now let's move to the next step. A problem statement in the social sciences should contain this. Okay, all right. Lead in that helps ensure the reader will maintain interest over the study. Okay, what that means is that in your problem statement, usually the first component of the introduction, or it could be the last component of the introduction. Okay, it should have some kind of connection that will anchor the reader to continue reading. Okay, it should anchor the reader to continue reading. So a declaration of originality, example, mentioning a knowledge void or a lack of clarity about a topic that will be reviewed in literature, in the literature review of prior research, okay? So you have to indicate it could either be a question to be answered, it could be a gap to be filled, it could be an issue to be resolved, or whatever it is, okay? You need to bring this thing to be like a hook that will anchor the reader to continue reading and to continue reading. Okay, so the next is an indication of the central focus of the study. Okay, that is establishing the boundaries of analysis. Okay, so in your problem statement, you should also indicate the focus of the study and then the limitation of the study or the boundaries of the study. And then you should also include an explanation of the study's significance, okay? All the benefit to be derived from the investigation. Okay, so the significance and then include the benefits as well, okay? Now let's look at sources of problem, okay, for investigation. Sometimes we are wondering, what do I review about? You are wondering, what can I review about? I'm not sure. You are thinking, it's so hard. All right, no, there are sources of problems, okay? There are sources of problems. So let's look at them. Okay, so to facilitate how you might select a problem, okay, from which to build a research study, consider these sources of inspiration. Number one, deductions from theory. Okay, deductions from theory could be the first source, okay, that you can depend on, okay, to do your review. So by this, it relates to deduction from social philosophy or generalization embodied in life and in society, okay, that a researcher is familiar with, okay? So is there any theory or any philosophy that you are familiar with, okay? So this deduction from human behavior are then placed within an empirical frame of reference through the research. Okay, so if you know some theories, maybe in your field, okay, that you are familiar with, okay, you can begin by asking questions on them, okay, and the questions could help you to continue with your review. Next one, okay, from the theory, the researcher can formulate research problems or hypotheses, stating the expected findings in certain empirical situations. Okay, from the theory, now you raise a question, and the question will guide you in the literature review uh, uh, process. Now, the second source is interdisciplinary perspectives. Okay, sometimes maybe in your college, people hold different views about a particular topic. Okay, people hold different views. They have different understanding about a particular topic. Okay, so you as a researcher, you can do a literature review about all those opinions. Okay, so identifying a problem that forms the basis for a research and a research study can come from academic movement and scholarship originating in disciplines outside of your primary area of study. Okay, so like I mentioned, if there are different views about something, about a particular topic, about, a discipline or something, you can decide to do a literature review on that, beginning with a question, okay? So this can be an intellectually stimulating exercise if you are going to do this, okay? So a review of pertinent literature should include examining research from related disciplines, okay, that can review new avenues of exploration and analysis, okay. So this is something you should do. An interdisciplinary approach of selecting a research problem offers an opportunity to construct a more comprehensive understanding of a complex issue, okay, that any single discipline may be able to provide. So what we are saying here is that, okay, there could be a topic, let's say that in a field of education, just to give an example, in a field of education, okay, there could be a topic maybe on educational psychology, okay? The view about that particular topic in educational psychology is different from the view, okay, that psychology in science thought about that particular topic. Okay, the view in educational psychology is different from a view in general psychology. Okay, that is interdisciplinary. Okay, so you can decide to do, literature review on that. Or those of you in the field of agriculture or something, let's assume that maybe on seed germination, maybe some people think that no, this method can help seed germination better than this method. Okay, so you can do a study on that, just literature review. And then at the end of the day, you come out with your own conclusion. Get a point? Based on the different studies that we reviewed. Okay? Or sometimes views about a particular topic from the horticulturist point of view, and then a view from the agronomic point of view. Okay, you can do a literature review on that. And then at the end of the day, you build your own conclusion. And then you tell what your finding is about. Okay, another source is from doing literature review. Okay, by doing literature review, what I mean is reading several papers to look for questions which are not answered yet, to look for gaps in literature. When you find the questions, now you dig deeper to find solutions in literature to that particular question. Okay, so the selection of a research problem can be derived from a thorough review of pertinent research associated with an overall area of interest. Okay, so by reading, you will come across new things, and then you can do a thorough literature review based on the thing that you find in literature. So when you do, this may reveal where gaps exist, okay, in understanding a topic or where an issue has been understudied, not understood, have been understudied. Okay, so through reading different studies, you come to this realization. Okay, so why do we conduct literature review? Okay, number one, to fill in gaps in knowledge, Okay, to evaluate if the methodologies employed in prior studies can be adapted to solve other problems. Okay, or to determine if a similar study could be conducted, okay, in a different subject area or applied in a different context, okay, to different study sample, that is different setting or different group of people. So these are some of the reasons why we do literature review. Okay, and when you do literature review, actually it gives you a better understanding, and it helps you to conduct a better study. Okay, also authors frequently conclude their studies by noting implication for further study. So read conclusions of pertinent studies because statements about further research can be valuable source for identifying new problems to investigate. So the point here is that for every paper you review, okay, you need to go to the conclusion and you need to go to the suggestion, because it will give you something very useful, an idea or information which is very useful, and this information can help you in your future study or in your future literature review. Okay, so it will help you to frame your research questions and be able to conduct a proper study. Okay, so the fact that a researcher has identified a topic worthy for future exploration validates the fact that it is worth pursuing. Okay, so in your initial reading,
It's
you are
about
going to
further
learn
research to be a valuable resource for identifying new problems to investigate.
okay, please, you are reading, it's creating feedback. Okay, take note. Okay, so you go through initial reading, okay, and then maybe now you don't know which area you have to do the literature review about. So you have to just pick some few literature and read them, especially reading through the conclusion, okay, and the abstract will give you a clear understanding. You don't have to read the whole thing, get the conclusion and the abstract. And then it will give you an idea of which areas need to be studied. Okay, and then you can do your literature review along those areas. Okay. Now let's look at analyzing, asking analytical questions about the research problem. Okay. Research problems in the social sciences and the behavioral sciences are often analyzed around critical questions that must be investigated. Okay, so what that means is that these questions can be explicitly listed in the introduction. Okay, this study addresses three research questions about women's psychological recovery from domestic abuse in multi-generational home settings. Okay, so let's assume that you are writing the research problem. Okay, all the time you need to include a component like this. Okay, there could be different ways you express this, but it should always have questions, okay, that are well listed at the end of the introduction. It could be one question, two question, three, or more. Okay, like the example we have here. Okay, like this example, the example I have mentioned over here. Okay, like this one here, all the way to this side. Okay, as you can see, this study, this review, okay, addresses three research questions. Okay, so whoever is reading your literature review is going to be aware of what to expect in a review study or in a review paper. Okay, so this is something you should take note of. Okay, or the questions are implied. Sometimes it could be like that. Okay, they are implied in the text, okay, as specific areas of study related to the research problem. There are times your research questions may not be written in a numerical order, but it's in a paragraph, okay? So whoever reads also gets a clear understanding of what the review is about. But in each case, okay, it should be, there should be a component, okay, that will give the particular problem that the review is trying to resolve, or a particular question that the review is trying to solve. Okay, so explicitly listing your research question at the end of your introduction can help in designing a clear roadmap, okay, of what you plan to address in your study. Okay, this is something you should take note. Okay, implicitly integrating them into the text, okay, of the introduction allows you to create a more compelling narrative around the key issues under investigation. Okay, Either approach is okay. So either you list them as numerical order, or you integrate them, okay, as a paragraph. So whichever way you decide to do it, you have to make sure that it is well done, either explicitly or implicitly. Okay, it should be well done, so that at the end of the day, you will be able to hold the reader's attention throughout your throughout the reading. Okay. So the number of questions you attempt to address should be based on the complexity of the problem you are investigating. Okay, and what areas of inquiry you find most critical to the study. Okay, so sometimes I've seen that before, that the research questions are not addressed in the actual study. Okay, so the research questions you use to be what the study addresses. Okay, that should be it. So practical considerations such as the length of the paper you are writing, or the availability of resources to analyze the issue can also factor into how many questions you ask. What that means is that maybe your review has 5 questions to be answered, or it has 10 questions. Whether you use 5 questions or 10 questions, it depends on how lengthy you want your review to be like. What length do you want it to be? Okay, and it also depends on the amount of time you have and the amount of resources you have, okay, to get the review done in the time you have allotted for yourself. Okay, so this is something you have to consider. However, in general, there should be no more than 4 research questions underpinning a single research problem. Okay, so the most ideal is just 3 to 4 research questions only for a research problem. Okay, so a research problem, you just provide 3 to 4 research questions to be addressed. Okay, now these are some mistakes you need to avoid. Okay, some mistakes you need to avoid. Okay, beware of circular reasoning. Okay, beware of circular reasoning. What that means is, do not state the research problem as simple the absence of the thing you are suggesting. Okay, notice again, do not state the research question as simply the absence of the thing you are suggesting, like this one here. For example, if you propose the following, the problem of this community is that there is no hospital. That's your research problem. No, not like that. So instead of saying there is no problem, what they call no hospital, okay, the research question will be to provide a hospital, right? Or the objective will be to provide a hospital. So instead of saying there's no hospital, say to provide a hospital. Okay, so don't just say the research question in the absence of that. No, but indicate what exactly the study is going to do. Okay, so in your case, whatever you are going to review, you have to state it clearly, directly, that the study is going to review that, and that. Okay, say it directly like that. Not the absence of the absence of that. That is not accepted. So please take note of this and make sure you do things in the right way. Okay, I think this is the last slide. Okay, and this brings us to at the end of the second presentation. Okay, so now let's take questions. If you have questions about, okay, the problem statement, please you can ask. Any questions? Okay, you can switch on your video and your microphone, and then you can ask, or if you want to type, so you can just type in the chat. Okay, no questions at all. Okay, so if there are no questions, I'm going to show you how to begin. Okay, how to begin. So now you have your research problem. Okay, you have your research problem. So how do you begin? Okay, how do you begin? I'm going to take you to my computer again. I want to show you something here. Okay, so let's assume that I want to begin my literature review task. So how do I begin? Okay, just a moment. Okay, can you see my computer screen? Can you see my computer screen?
Yes, Doc.
Okay, okay.
Yes, sir.
So I'm now on my computer. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to open a folder, a new folder, for the project I'm about to start. Okay, so I'm going to name the folder. I will call it review paper. Review paper project. Okay. So I have my folder ready here. Now that my folder is ready, okay, I can decide to create subfolders within the folder, depending on the papers I'm going to download. Okay. All right. So now I need to build my library. Okay. So I'm going to look for papers. Okay. So now I have my topic or my research problem. So just use one example. Okay, let's assume that the review we want to do is about interactive teaching strategies. Okay, it's about interactive teaching strategies. Okay, so I'm going to look for papers, and then I'm going to download them, and I'm going to build my library. So I'm going to target maybe 30 to 50 papers. Okay, 30 to 50 papers, or maybe average, let me say, just 30 papers. Okay, so I have my library here. Now, so let's go to, we are going to begin from Google Scholar. Okay, so here on my, okay, so Let's go to Google Scholar. And we are going to look for papers. Okay. And don't forget, we'll need to set boundaries. So we are looking for papers that are within, let's say, 10 years old. Okay. So I'm going to type in here, interactive teaching strategies. Okay. So we are checking them. We have one paper here. Okay, I'm going to scroll down. We have another one, and so on and so forth. So we have a lot of them that we can find. Okay. So to make it more specific, uh, let's say in primary schools, let's assume that we are doing it for primary schools. Okay. So that is it. We can do it that way. Or if you want it in a particular subject, maybe in science or in English or in social studies or whatever, you can do it. Okay? So let's assume that we are just ending here like that. Okay, so to download, I'm going to right click and then I'm going to open. Okay, so it's downloading now. Okay, so this paper is in semantic Scholar database. Okay, so we have to download. Okay, so if you can see my screen, you see this here. There's DOI, and DOI means that digital object identifier. So every paper published in a good database should have a DOI. Okay, so I'm going to click on the DOI to download. Okay, cannot download. Okay, still cannot. So I'm going to go back. Okay, and then I'm going to get in here, expand this. Let me see the options over here. Okay, so we have visit publisher. Okay, let me scroll down a little. Okay, so we can see here, this has been cited 11 times, which makes it a good paper. Okay, so I'll click on visit publisher. Let me see if can download there. So here too cannot download. Okay, if you cannot download, then I'm going to go back to Google Scholar and see if I can download it there. Okay. Okay, let me see. Okay. Okay, so now we see that it's not opening. It could be a technical problem or something. Okay, so we are going to use the side hub to open. So I'm going to go to side hub and see. Okay. So this is the side hub website. It looks like this. And this can be used to open any article which need to be paid. You can use this website to open. What I'm using now is scihub.ran. Okay, the one Matthew gave was .se. You can use that one as well. Okay, so I'm going to get in here, and then I'll copy. I'll copy the GOI. Okay. Usually you can copy the GOI or the URL. Okay, whichever you choose is okay. So like you observe, we could not download the paper. So let's use sign up and see if we can download. So copy the GOI and then click on open. Okay, so still cannot download. Okay, so if cannot download, it simply means that there's a problem with the article itself. Okay, there's a problem with the article itself. Okay, so we need to look for another article to download. Okay, so let's go back. But before we go back, I'm going to scroll down here. If we scroll down, we can see some other titles that are similar to what I was, the one we are seeing. For example, active learning in engineering education. So this could be related to interactive teaching. Okay, and another one here we have how teachers teach, comparing classroom pedagogical practices in Asia. Okay, so this is also good. So I'm going to click on this. Let's see if this can be downloaded or not. Okay, so over here, let's get the DOI. And let's go back to sign up again. Okay, we'll go back to sign up and then reload. Okay, then we'll paste it here. Let's try to open and see if it can open or not. Okay, still cannot open. Okay, which means that there's a problem with the paper, or there's a problem with the DOI. Okay, so instead of using the link from that particular website, we are going to go back to Google Scholar again. Okay, I'll go back to Google Scholar. Okay, and now we are going to look for another paper. Okay, so over here we have interactive teaching strategies for training agents. Okay, but that is not related to classroom. We have another one here, analyzing the use of interactive technology to implement interactive teaching in academia. Okay, so If we check here how many times it's been cited, we can see here it's been cited by 354 people, which means it's a good and popular paper. So let's right click and let's see if we can download this one. Okay, so it's here. Let's see if this can be downloaded. This was published in 2007, which means it's an old paper. Our goal is to look for a paper between 2010 all the way to 2021. Okay, so maybe we'll look for another paper. However, for the purpose of downloading, okay, over here you can see PDF. So I'm going to click on the PDF. Let's see if it can be downloaded. Okay. Now you see here, when I click on PDF, the prices are here. Okay, so the fee is 49 US dollars. So to download this paper, you have to pay 49 US dollars. $49 is about 2,500 pesos. Okay, so what do? We don't have money to buy. So let's copy the DOI over here. Okay, let's copy DOI. And then let's go back to Sci-Hub. Okay, so we are going to paste it in here. And then click on download. I still cannot download. Okay. So if cannot download, okay, I'm going to change this one. So instead of REN, I'm going to change it SE. Let's see if we can use the SE to download. Sci-hub.se. Okay, so I'm going to put this in here again. And let's try to download. Okay, it's downloaded. Okay, the paper is downloaded. So I'll click on download. Or if you check here, save, you can click on save here as well. And then when you click on save here, it will be downloaded. Okay, so the paper is downloaded. So once it's downloaded, I'm going to go to my downloads. And then I'm going to move the file. I'm going to move the file to my folder. Okay, I'm going to move the file to my folder. Okay, so I'm going to open my folder where okay, so I'm here, and then I have my project folder here. So what I'm going to do here now is, okay, the document that was downloaded, I'm going to bring it in here to my folder. So I'm building a new library, okay, for my papers. Okay, later on in this project folder, I'm going to create subfolder, okay? All right, so we have our first paper downloaded. Don't forget that the paper was $49, but with Sci-Hub, we have downloaded it for free. Okay, we have downloaded it for free. So now let's go back to Google Scholar again. Let's see if we can find another study, and we will try to download. Okay. Okay, so we have it here on Taylor and Francis. Okay, so let's see if this can be downloaded as well. Get access. Let's click get access. So when we click on get access, guess what? The price of this paper is $45. $45 is about maybe 2,200. Okay, we don't have money to buy. So what do we do? Let's go for the GOI. We'll copy the GOI, and then we'll go back to Sci-Hub. Then we'll copy and paste it there. And then search, open. It's open. Ah, that's good. Okay, so our paper is downloaded. If I click here on save, it's downloaded. So it will be downloaded. So when it's downloaded, we go to our project folder again. Okay, our project folder, and then we transfer the file to the project folder. Another way is we can download it directly to the project folder. Okay, without any problem at all. Okay, so we keep downloading until we get a number of papers we are looking for. Okay, but don't forget that you have to check the year of publication all the time, because you don't want very old papers. You are looking for papers that are at most 10 years old. Okay, so this is something you can do. Okay, so after you download all the papers, then the actual writing begins. Okay, the actual writing begins. Okay, so I have another PowerPoint which is on that is on the writing process itself. Okay, so any questions about the folder building and then the downloading of the papers? Okay, any comments or any addition or any question so far about this stage where we are now? Okay, Ma'am Joanne is asking, is there a certain quantity of technical papers in publishing a review paper? Ma'am Joanne, what do you mean by quantity of technical papers? You mean the number of papers you can use or not?
Yes po, the number of papers that can be used po.
Okay. Usually it's ideal you use around 30 plus papers.
Thank you.
Okay, around 30 plus papers. Okay, 30 plus is okay. Okay, somebody is also asking, sir, will you use Sci-Hub? Will use Sci-Hub not cause problem for copyright? No, it will not cause any problem with copyright. Okay, the project of Sci-Hub is meant to make every research paper free for access. Okay, so with Sci-Hub, you can access every research paper. If it's paid, you can just download for free. Okay, there is no copyright problem. No copyright problem. Okay, and let me say that in doing literature review, okay, sometimes when you hear like use 30 papers, your mind will go like, wow, that's too much. Okay, but that's not so much. Okay, Because when you are doing literature review, it doesn't mean that you have to read through the whole paper. You just skim through the paper looking for what you want. Okay, so first you read the abstract. If it contains the information you need, okay, then you proceed, you check the conclusion, and then you check the recommendations. Okay, then you go to the results and discussion, see what you want. Later on, I will show you there is a table that you can use in doing the paper analysis step by step. Okay, so that at the end of the day, even if you have 30 papers, just at a glance, you know what your review is about, even if it's 30 papers. Okay, so no need to worry, about that at all. Okay, all right. So any other questions? Okay, so it's not difficult. Okay, so the first step I've talked about, you just need to build your library, download all the papers you need. Okay, download all the papers you need for the paper, so that even when you don't have internet, okay, you know where your papers are. You can access them at any time, okay, without any problem. Okay, so that'll be that. Uh, that'll be that for sign up and downloading of the paper. Okay. Okay. Any question? If you don't have any question, we are going to have a break now. My time now is 11:24. Okay, so we'll have early lunch, and then we are going to return around 12:30 or latest 12:40, and then we'll begin the afternoon session. Any questions so far?
Sir,
Yes, sir.
again, um, maybe the only problem that we need, or uh, yeah, other than my comment a while ago, that on the aspect of the content of the RRL, maybe
Yeah.
the only problem that we need to face and to learn is on how are we going to pick up these contents, no,
Okay.
in making our RRL, because as we study on the RRL, it's there as well how we can find research gaps and problems.
Yeah.
Because I believe we cannot at all just simply close our eyes and think of a problem unless we have read a lot of literature or related materials before coming up into a problem. Of course, first step would be think of a topic first where we can find reasons or backgrounds if the problem is researchable or not. So again, the only problem that we all only want to know is what we only want to know are how are these contents from the different materials be drawn, and then how are we going to place them into writing from the beginning to the end. And this one is of course the sources,
Yeah.
the sources for RRL and the sources on extracting the kind of problem we want to research.
Okay.
That's all, sir.
Okay. That will be the next presentation. I have a whole PowerPoint on that. So when we come back in the afternoon, we are going to look at how you get a content and then put it together to make a comprehensive literature review. Okay, so ma'am, that will be the next presentation in the afternoon. So we'll look at it in a little more detail. And somebody is asking here, is it necessary to cite which site we got reference from. Okay, let me show you something here from the screen again. I'll go back to my screen. Okay. Okay, I'll go back to Google Scholar and I'll show you something here. Okay, so if you check here, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so if you look here, there is this inverted commas here. Okay, so if you click on cite, if you click on this, that is cite. Now the citation is going to pop up. We have MLA, APA, Chicago, Harvard, Vancouver. So whichever citation you are looking for, maybe you want APA, so you are just going to copy this. So you don't need to write Google Scholar as your reference, no. So you are going to copy this one as your reference. Okay, as your reference, this is what you are going to do. Okay. And then let me also mention that aside from using Google Scholar, you can also use Google directly. For example, I'm not in Google Scholar yet, I'm just in Google. So if I type in interactive teaching strategies, okay, I'll add research paper. Okay, now all these can come up. Okay, there are so many of them here. For example, you look at this one here, we have use of interactive teaching methods in educational, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I'm going to right click this here, and then it's downloaded. So once it's downloaded, I send it to my project folder. Okay, and then this one here, this from Science Direct. Okay, so I right click here, it will take me to Science Direct website. It's here. Okay, so I can just download. Okay, I can just download. Okay, I can click on the DOI here, and then the citation is also here. If you click on the citation, it will give you the options. So citation, okay, so I'm going to click on export as text. Okay, so it will be downloaded. A citation will be downloaded. Okay, so if I want to download this paper, if you check up here, it's here, download. So if I click on download, it's going to download. Okay, and that is it. It's downloaded. So I will use it. Okay, later on I will show you some more database. I prepared more than 20 different database that you can get literature from. But it's in the next presentation, so I will show you later. But for now, I've shown you, I think 3 of them, using Google Scholar, using Google itself. And then what we have just seen here is called Science Direct, okay? This is Science Direct, which you can use, okay? If you can see here on my screen, this is Science Direct. This is a very comprehensive database, which is found on Elsevier. Okay, so it's a very good source where you can get all the information you are looking for. Okay, so in the afternoon, our focus is going to be on how to write the literature review itself. Okay, so this morning we have built the foundation. Okay, all the basics and the things you need to know, we have laid the foundation. So in the afternoon, then we'll begin with how to write the literature review itself. And then hopefully by the close of the afternoon session, you will be able to write a literature review by following the step-by-step method that we are going to present. Okay. All right, so this brings us to the end of the morning presentation. Okay, any more clarification, please? Okay, so if there are no more clarification, then we are going to end here. Let's have our lunch and then we get back by 12:30. By 12:40, we begin the afternoon session. All right, so Ma'am Christina, you have something to say? Oh, okay. All right, so see you
See you
later
later, sir.
come again.
See you later, sir.
Okay,
God bless you.
See you later, everybody. So we have our lunch break now and see you later. All right, God bless. Okay, so like I mentioned, now it's how to write a literature review. But this review is not for a thesis paper, but this review is for publication purposes, okay? A review article. Okay, so let's get started. Okay, I'm sure that by now you have an idea about what a literature review is about. Okay, so just to remind you again, we are talking about a survey of different sources, literature sources on a particular topic, okay, or specific topic. That's what we are talking about. Okay, so literature review is a form of survey, by this time, survey of literature. So it provides an overview, okay, of the current knowledge, okay, allowing you to identify relevant theories, method gaps in existing research. Now, there are some key things here we should get it, okay? So here we are talking about, okay, overview of current knowledge, okay, that's the first thing. And then in a review, okay, you should be able to identify theories, okay, identify methods, and then identify gaps, okay, in existing research. Okay, so you can expect that in the review, these are some of the things that need to happen. Okay, so if you look at the image here, you can see we have why. Okay, talking about the context of the research project. Okay, we talk about when here, the purpose of each phase, and then who, do you have somebody involved, okay, like a mentor or something? Then what we are talking about, the topic, and how, that's how you are doing it. Okay, and where, okay, talking about where you will get the information from, and then the journal you are going to publish your research in. Okay, so a literature review involves finding relevant publications. Okay, so number one, you can use books, okay, or you can use journals, okay, or even more, there are other sources that can be used. But most of the time, you use books and journals. If ever you are going to use theses that are not published, that could also be used. But each time you have to indicate they are not published. Okay, so here we are saying that you are going to critically analyze, take note of this, critically analyze them. Okay, and then when you are done, you have to explain what you found. Get this very clearly. You are going to analyze all the materials you are gathering. Okay, so if you just put them together and you don't analyze them, then it's not a literature review. Okay, it's not a literature review. Take note of that. So you analyze and then you are going to explain, okay, what you have found in the literature. Okay, so a good literature review doesn't just summarize sources, okay, that I mentioned. So it analyzes, synthesizes, and then it also evaluates, okay, to give a clear picture of the state of knowledge. So what you are going to do is you have to analyze, synthesize. Synthesize means that you are going to put the pieces together to come out with something on your own, okay, and then evaluate the sources, okay, to give a clear picture or give a bigger picture, okay, of the current state of knowledge regarding the topic that you are writing on, okay. So now let's go to the steps to writing a literature review article. Okay, let's look at the steps now. Okay, so the first step is to formulate your research problem. We have talked about this, so I will not explain too much on this again. Okay, so ask yourself, which topic or field, okay, are you examining? Okay, and what are the components that you are going to use? So what field, okay, what topic are you writing on? Ask yourself, what field am I going to write in? That's the first thing that you will need to do, okay? The problem to be addressed by the review should be specific, okay, in the form of clear, unambiguous, structured questions before beginning the review work, okay? So this is something you should really get it well, okay? So before you begin, your research topic should be very clear to you, okay, in a particular field. Okay, so I mentioned it should be clear, unambiguous. Okay, unambiguous means it should not have double meaning. It should not have double meaning. Okay, and then you should be guided by a question, a set of questions that you are going to work on. Okay, so all these things should be put in place before you begin. Okay, and then when the question is ready, now you are going to search for literature. You are going to search for literature. Okay, already in the morning, I showed you how to search for literature. Okay, just this is just an addition to that. And then in this presentation, I'm going to give you more sources. In the morning, we talked about 3 only. Okay, so I'm going to present to you more than 30 different sources that you can get literature for your work. Okay, so if you are writing the literature review section of a dissertation or a research paper, you will search for literature related to your research problem and question. Okay, so if you are writing a literature review as a standalone assignment, okay, you will have to choose a focus and then develop a critical question to direct your search. So standalone here, okay, it's comparable to a research paper that you want to publish. So like I said here, you should be guided by a question. Okay, you should be guided by a question. So the question becomes like a compass that is going to lead you all the way through. So unlike a dissertation research question, okay, this question has to be answerable without collecting original data. Now we are talking about review article, okay? So usually for dissertation, to answer the research question, you need to gather data, okay? But for the case of a review article, the question to be answerable, okay? Without you having to collect original data before you get it, you get the questions answered. So you should be able to answer based on only a review of existing publication. Okay. So after you come up with your research questions, the bottom line here is the question should be answerable just by reviewing paper, not by collecting original data. Okay, take note of that. So, research question example. Okay, what is the impact of social media, okay, on body image among millennials? Okay, this is just an example. Okay, so let's assume that this is the topic you want to review on. Okay, so the question is, what is the impact of social media on body image among millennials? Okay, so if you have to gather original data before you answer this, then you are going to have a problem. Okay, however, understand that whichever way, this particular question here, okay, we can answer it through review of data, review of literature, or you can answer it, okay, by using an original data. Okay, but our goal is not on original data. Our goal is to use secondary data or literature to get this accomplished. So this is an example of a research question. Okay, now you also need to use keywords in your search. Okay, you need to use keywords. These are very, very important in the sense that even if you know how to write it and then you don't have good sources, good literature, it's still useless. Okay, and that is why I am putting more emphasis here before we go to the actual writing itself. Okay, so you should come up with keywords that you are going to use in your search. Okay, so you have to create some keywords related to your research question. So include each of the key concepts or variables you are interested in and list any synonyms and related terms. Okay, so you have to list them down. Every keyword or every variable that is involved, okay, in your research problem, you have to write them down because these variables are going to guide you in the process of looking for literature, okay? So you can add to this list if ever you discover new words, okay, in the process of searching literature. Okay, so you have initial set, you need to have initial set of keywords. And then as you move along, if ever you find new keywords, you can add them and then search more about them. So in the case of the topic, okay, the impact of social media on millennials, these are some keywords that we can use in our search. So we have social media, okay, we have social media, and then we have Facebook, we have Instagram, we have Twitter, and then Snapchat and TikTok. Okay, and then some more, we have body image, okay, and then perception, self-esteem, mental health, okay. And then some more, we have Generation Z, we have teenagers, adolescents, youth, and so on and so forth. So in our search, we are going to use these keywords. Okay, we are going to blend them into sentences or phrases. Okay, and then this will guide us in our search for literature. Okay, as we conduct our study. Okay, so search for relevant sources. Okay, so use your keywords to begin searching for sources. Okay, some useful database to search for journals and articles include the following. Okay, you can use your university catalog. Okay, those of you whose university has got online library, okay, you can begin right here. Okay, so because usually universities has partnership with some other universities, whereby the database in other places can be accessed or viewed in your local university. Okay, so you can begin to look for the information you need, okay, using first your university library catalog, okay? And then this done, you can also use Google Scholar. Okay, I just talked about this a while ago, okay? And then we have JSTOR. Okay, JSTOR is a very good database which you can find a lot of information here. Okay, so I will show you just in a moment. Okay, so I'm going back to my computer. I want to show you just a moment. Okay, so I'm going to type in here JSTOR. Okay, so as you can see here, okay, this is a database with so many articles. Usually most of the articles here are for sale. And with the help of Sci-Hub, you can download it for free. You don't have to pay, okay? For example, if we are looking for an article, I'm going to type in here, interactive teaching strategies. Okay, let's search and see if we can get any information here. Okay, so they have provided some studies, Okay, so we just have to go through, and then when we go through, if we find the information we are looking for, let's assume that we want this one. So I'm going to click on it. Okay. I think this is a book. Okay, it's a book. Oh, is it a book or a journal? Oh, I think it's an article, journal information. Okay. Okay. I think it's an article. So over here, as you can see, you have the URL here. If you want to download, just copy this. Okay, and then go to SciHub again. Okay, and then you paste it there and then download. Okay, so you see it's downloaded. Okay, JSTOR is not free, but you can use SciHub to download it for free. Okay, so that's what you can do. Okay, that's for JSTOR. So I'm going to go back to my slides. Okay, so what I was saying here is that you can use JSTOR. And the next one, we have EBSCO. Okay, EBSCO is also a very good database that you can find information, okay, for your paper. Okay, so I'm going to go to EBSCO and then I'm going to check it out. Okay, just a moment. Okay, just a moment. I need to exit this. Okay. All right, so I'll go to EBSCO again and then I will show you the EBSCO website. Just a moment. Okay, so let's go to EBSCO again. Okay, so EBSCO. So this is the website. So you can visit here. If you need any information, any paper, there are thousands, if not millions, okay, of literature here that you can download for free. Okay, so you can always visit this place. Okay, it's good to create an account here. Okay, and then to make your search easy. So if you need something, paper, you can just search. Okay, type in what you want, and then it will provide you with information that you need. Okay, it's super easy. Okay. So that is it. And then the next step here uh, is Muse. Okay, so the site is called Muse Project, what is ideally for humanities and social sciences. So you can use the same process that I showed you. Okay, visit the site and then you can look for the papers you are looking for. Then we have Medline. Medline is for life sciences and biomedicine. Okay, so you can get a lot of literatures here as well. And then we have EconLite, which is for the economics. If your field is in economics, you can visit this place. You get so many information. Okay, the next one is Inspect. Okay, so Inspect is for the physics and engineering and computer science. Okay, so you can visit this place. And then we have the popular Scopus. You can visit Scopus as well. And then we have Web of Science, okay, which is also very good place to get information you are looking for. We have ResearchGate, and then Academia. Then we have Science Direct. In the morning, I showed you how to access Science Direct. Okay, it's also a very good database. Then we have the ASEAN Citation Index, where you can find thousands and hundreds of thousands of papers. Okay, then we have Semantic Scholar. Okay, it's also a good database with very good research. Okay, and then we have Ggate. Ggate is from Japan. Okay, so you can visit this site as well. Okay, now the next thing here is use the Boolean operators. Okay, so what that means is that in your search, you have to incorporate this. Okay, you have to incorporate and, okay, and then put in not, okay, and then or. Okay, so for example, you can say puppy and kitten, because some people, they will put their content online talking about puppy. Others are talking about kitten. However, they are the same. You get the point? So, for example, if your topic is the effect of environment on kittens, okay, in a search, you can make it the effect of environment on kittens and puppies. So in that case, you are going to find some relevant information that are related to both terms, kittens and puppies. Okay, so over here, if you use not, you get only information on puppy, no information on kitten. And then you use this or, it means that you are going to get information on both kittens and puppies. Okay, so connecting both together. In the first one, the information here is related to both of this. Okay, so as we can see here, not on puppies as individuals, not on kittens as individuals, but on both. Okay, and over here you are going to find on both individual kittens and puppies, and then on both of them. Okay, so and to find sources that contain more than one keyword. So if there's more than one keyword, you have to introduce and, as you can see. Okay, for example, social science and social media and body language and Generation Z. Okay, so it means that you are going to have information that is related to both, to all the keywords mentioned here. And then you can use or to find sources that contain one of a range of synonyms. For example, Generation Z or teenagers or adolescent. Okay, so in this case, you are going to find information exclusive for each of these particular group. Okay, exclusive for each of this particular group. And then use not to exclude result containing certain terms. Okay, so maybe there's some information you don't need, then you can introduce the word not. So in your Google search, you're going to find information, okay, on one particular variable or one particular thing only, okay? And then read the abstract to find out whether the article is relevant, okay, to your question. Read the abstract to find out if the article is relevant to your research question. What that means is that after you search and you find a paper, the first thing you need to do is to read the abstract, not the entire paper. Okay, so once you read the abstract, you get to know if the whole article is connected to what you need, or it's related, or it's useful, like that. Okay, so that's what you have to do. Then, when you find a useful book or article, you can check, okay, the bibliography to find whether other relevant sources. And what that means is that for every article or book that you lay hands on, you can get more similar content by looking at the references, okay? By looking at the references. For example, okay, I will show you something here. Okay, I will show you something here. Just a moment. Okay, for example, this particular study, the study says it's a review paper. The study says that tipping the balance of autism, risk, potential mechanism linking pesticides and autism. So this is the topic. Okay, so you read through the abstract here to see if you are getting the information you want or not. Okay, then you need to go to the reference. Okay, go to the reference here. Okay, and check the references here. If there is any other similar article, okay, that you can search. Okay, so what you can do is, for example, if I check here, integrating between organophosphorus compounds and chlorinergic function during development. Or we have another one, mouse model of Timothy syndrome. Or we have another one, and so on and so forth. So you are going to read this title to see if any of the titles used as any of the references as a title that is related to what you want. So if you find, then you just have to copy this one and then take it to Google or Google Scholar and look for the paper itself. So when you get a paper, you read the abstract and see if it contains information you need for your own study. So this is something you are going to do, okay, in order to make things okay for you. Okay, let me go back to my slides again. Just a moment. Okay. So the bibliographies is important because usually it's hard to find papers, okay? So every time you see one paper, please go to the bibliography or the reference list and see if there's any title there which is similar to the title you are interested in, so that you can make use of them as well, okay? So here we are saying that go through the bibliography. Next thing is to identify the most important publication on your topic. Take note of recurring citation. If you remember when we were in Google Scholar, okay, we checked the citation. Okay, so a paper with a small citation means that that paper is influential. So influential papers, you always need to include them in your own research. Because when they are in your research, they are going to boost your citation. And then they will increase the tendency of people finding your paper online. Okay? So if the same authors, books or articles keep appearing in your reading, make sure you seek them out. Okay? And what we are saying here is that as you read, if there's a particular title or a particular author that you keep seeing his name, it means that that author is influential. So you have to go look for his book or look for his article and read. Okay? Now the next thing here is the inclusion and exclusion criteria. Okay? So you are going to find many literature. The question is, which one do you include and which one do you exclude? Okay, which one do you include and which one do you exclude? So, set for paper selection, this could be this could be by year of publication, discipline, geographic area, educational level, and so on and so forth. So what that means is that you can use every paper you see online. So the question is, which paper do you exclude from your study? And which paper do you include? Okay, so one way you can do the inclusion and exclusion is by considering the year of publication. So like we mentioned earlier, you have to get papers that are around 10 years old only, not more than that. Okay, and then you can also look at the discipline. Okay, so you have seen this paper. Is it on the social sciences? Is it on physical sciences, or what is that? Okay, and then think about the geographic location. So what that means is that if you are reviewing papers in the Philippines only, then restrict yourself to the Philippines only. If you are reviewing papers in America only, restrict yourself to America only. Okay, and then we have educational level. Okay, educational level here means that so you just as an inclusion or exclusive criteria, it's a goal like this. For example, you are getting papers published with master degree students, or you want to review papers published by PhD students, or papers published by undergrad students. Okay, so this can be your inclusion and exclusion criteria. Okay, there could be more than that, but these are some of the basics that you can use to help you select the right papers for your review project. Okay, and then step number 3, evaluate and select sources. Okay, so you have seen so many papers, now you need to evaluate them and then select which ones are most appropriate for you. Okay, so how do you do that? Okay, let's quickly look at it. Okay, so you probably won't be able to read absolutely everything that has been written on the topic. So you will have to evaluate which sources are most relevant to your questions. And what that means here is that after you've downloaded all those papers, you've gone through them, inclusive criteria. Now you have to select which ones are most appropriate, okay? And you can do that by reading through just the abstract and the conclusion. You don't have to read the whole thing, no, because it's time consuming and it's a lot of work, especially in the selection stage, okay? So for each publication or each article, you can ask yourself some of these questions here. Okay, what question or problem is the author addressing? So maybe I have found this paper, I'm checking. Now the first question I'm going to ask myself is, what problem is being addressed? What questions is it in the study trying to talk about? Okay, and then number two, what are the key concepts and how are they defined? So how are the concepts in the study defined? What are the concepts used? Okay, that is very important. And number three, what are the key theories, models, and methods? Okay, that's what are the key theories, models, and methods? Okay, and the next thing, does the research use established framework or take an innovative approach? So you are going to look at the models and theories which have been used in the study. And then you ask yourself, are these ideal for me? Can I use them? Okay. And then you ask yourself, what are the results and conclusions of the study? Okay. So that particular study you are looking at, what conclusion have they made? Okay. What result did they find? Okay. Is it relevant to you or is it relevant in your own situation? Okay. So you are going to check all this. Okay. Let's continue. And the next question you ask yourself is, does the publication relate to other literature in the field? Does it relate to other literature in the field? Does it confirm, add to, or challenge established knowledge? So the papers you are going to use, the research paper review papers, these are some of the things you are going to ask yourself, okay? Is it really related to the topic you are discussing? Okay, does it confirm, does it add to knowledge? Does it conflict knowledge and so on and so forth? So you have to be sure about all this, okay? And the next question, how does the publication contribute to your understanding of the topic? Okay, and then what are its key insights and arguments? So here we are saying that asking yourself, you can also find out, okay, does this particular paper contribute to knowledge? Okay, does it really contribute to knowledge? Does it provide some insight or make some positive argument uh, in the paper I want to write? Okay, and then the next thing here you have to ask is, what are the strengths and weaknesses of this particular research I want to use? Okay, maybe you want to get some detail from that particular paper, but you have to ask yourself what the strengths and the weaknesses are. Okay, then the next one here, make sure the sources you use are credible. That's one thing, and make sure you are make sure you read any landmark. Make sure you read any landmark study and major theories in your research, in your field of research. Okay, so when we say credibility, we are talking about where the paper is published and then who published the paper. Okay, so you download from Google Scholar, you download from Scopus. These are credible sources, okay? And then you make sure you read all the theories and studies that are related to this particular topic. Then that done, you can find out how many times an article has been cited on Google Scholar, okay? I showed you this a while ago. Find out a high citation count means the article has been influential in the field and should certainly be included in your review. So it's good to select articles with high citation, okay? High citation means high impact, and therefore it needs to be included in your own review. Okay, so you take note of this. So the next one, the scope of your review will depend on your topic and discipline. Okay, the scope of your review will depend on this. Okay, in the sciences, you usually only review recent literature. Okay, so like I said, in the sciences, it's really highly recommended. Your literature should be like 5 to 10 years old. Okay, actually, some disciplines are very strict 5 years old, not older than that. Okay, however, in the humanities, you might take a long historical perspective, for example, to trace how a concept has changed and its meaning over time. Okay, so in humanities, it's not really a big issue, especially if your review is historic. It means that you have to sort out old paper just to make a point. Okay, that's something you have to take note. Okay, then the next thing here. Okay, the next thing here we have take notes and cite your sources. Okay, take notes and cite your sources. Okay, so as you are reading through, you should be taking notes. Okay, as you are reading through, you have to be taking notes. So as you read, you should also begin the writing process. As you are reading, you begin the writing process. So you have to take notes, okay, that you can later incorporate into the text of your literature review. So while you are reading, you can be highlighting some places, write some comments, and so on and so forth. Okay, and it's important to keep track of your sources, okay, just to avoid plagiarism and things like that. Okay, it can be useful to make an annotated bibliography, okay, where you compile for citation information and write a paragraph of summary and analysis and analyze for analysis for each source. Okay, so what that means is that while you are reading, have your pen in hand. If the paper has been printed, okay, while you read, you can write in comments. Okay, and highlight some places. If you are reading it online, in PDF, you can insert comments, okay? In PDF, comments can be inserted. Just quickly, let me show you. I will go to my computer again. Let me see if I can show you something here. Okay, for example, this is a PDF. Okay, it's usually possible to put in comment and highlight places. Okay, let me see this one if I can do this. Okay, for example, I can put a comment here. Okay, and type in something. Okay, and then post. Okay. All right, so the comment has been put in. You can see here, there's comment here. Okay, so if I read along and I see something which is interesting, I want, okay, I can just highlight it or put in a comment. Maybe over here, I want to put in another comment. I can double click this one. Okay, and then I can put in my comment. Later on, I'll get back and retrieve that information, which means it's important to me. So over here, I have my comment inserted. Okay, So usually, as you are skimming through the literature, if it's PDF or if it's Microsoft Word, you can put in comment, okay? Highlight places that you are going to use later. Okay, you need to highlight them and put them together. If they are printed, then you can use your pen, write information, extra information. Okay, every place you are going to use, you should take note of that. Okay, all right, let's continue. So you can use your free citation generator, okay, to quickly create correct and consistent APA citation or MLA. Okay, these are places where you can easily generate citation. Okay, we have BibMe, we have EasyBib. Okay, actually Google Scholar can also do the same thing, like I showed you a while ago. Okay, so if you need to generate the citation, you can do that as well. Okay, next one here. Okay, you may want to check your literature review for plagiarism. Okay, then you can also use a plagiarism software to check. Okay, to check. Now, step 5, you are reading through. You are reading through. So you have to identify themes, debates, and gaps. Okay, you have to identify themes, debates, and gaps. So how do you do it? So begin organizing your literature reviews, argument, and structure. You need to understand the connection and relationship between the sources you have read. Okay, I will show you in a moment how you can connect that by showing you a table. Okay, so what you can do is based on your reading and note, you have to look for these. Number 1, trends and patterns. Okay, while you are reading, look for trends and patterns in theory, method, or result. Okay, the question is, do certain approaches become more or less popular over time? So maybe you read paper from 2015, paper from 2016, 17, 18, and 19. Are you seeing some trends and some patterns? Okay. Now the next one is themes. So what questions or concepts reoccur across the literature you are reading? What patterns? What questions are coming up often and often? Okay, then you have debate, conflict, and contradiction. So where do sources disagree? Okay, are you getting to see some disagreement or anything like that? Okay, and then we have our pivotal publication. And then you ask yourself, are there any influential theories or studies that change the direction of the field? Okay, is there any study that seems like it's kind of a diversion from most of the other studies I read? Did you see anything like that? Okay, and then gaps. So what is missing from the literature? What is missing? Are there weaknesses that need to be addressed? Okay, in the literature you have read, are there any weaknesses that need to be addressed? Okay, now let's look at some examples of gaps. Some examples of gaps. So in literature review, the literature on social media, earlier on I talked about impact of social media on millennials, right? Okay, so we are using the same example. We are using the same example. Okay, just a moment. Okay, we are using the same example. Okay, so in reviewing literature on the impact of social media, okay, you note that, okay, most research has focused on maybe young women. Okay, that's, I mean, the pattern you are seeing, that most of the research is focusing on young women, okay? And then there is an increasing interest in the visual aspect of social media. Okay, so in the first one, if most of the researchers are focusing on young women, which means that there's a gap for young men, okay? There's a gap for young men, okay? And then here, is there an increasing interest in visual? Okay, so if the interest is just on visual, it means there's a gap in something else, the non-visual social media. Okay, so that could be a gap as well. Okay, but there is still a lack of robust research on highly visual platforms like Instagram and Snapchat. So this is a gap that you could address in your own research. Okay, so you check what is missing. Okay, what is missing, and then in your review, you try to fill in the spaces that is missing by getting more information on that. Now, step number 6, you need to outline your review structure. Okay, so Ma'am Christina, this is where we are going to begin the actual writing process. Okay, so you need to outline your literature writing structure. And what that means is that there are various approaches to organizing the body of your literature review. So you should have a rough idea of your strategy, okay, before you start the writing. Okay, so how are you going to outline it? That's something you have to know. So if in your mind, writing literature reviews like this, then you are going to be in a big trouble. Okay, so you have to be able to outline everything to look like this one here. Everything nicely done, not confusion, okay? So depending on the length of your literature review, okay, you can combine several of these strategies. For example, your overall structure might be thematic, but each theme is discussed chronologically, okay? So you might be using different approaches, okay? Either the thematic, the chronological, or you are just going to mix different approaches together, okay, in your outline. Okay, so in writing, you can use the chronological approach, okay, to write your literature review. Okay, so in here, everything is going to be written based on time, okay, based on time. So the simplest approach is to trace the development of the topic over time, okay? However, if you choose this strategy, be careful to avoid simply listing and summarizing your sources in order, okay? You can use it, okay? Using the chronology or the chronological approach. Okay, so like I mentioned, 2015, the studies were conducted, 2016, 2017. So you are going to trace over a period of years, okay, how various authors have discussed a particular topic, okay? But the question here is be careful to avoid simply listing and summarizing sources, okay? So you do more than just summarizing. So you need to synthesize, add your own understanding to everything you get from the internet or from books. So you have to try to analyze patterns. That's the word I mentioned. Analyze patterns, turning points and key debates, okay, that have shaped the direction of the field, and then give your interpretation of how and why certain developments occur. So it's not about just summarizing information, but you need to analyze and interpret, okay, adding your own understanding to everything that you read, okay? Now the next thing is you can use the thematic, okay? You can use the thematic approach. So over here, what we are going to do is, if you have if you have found some recurring central themes, okay, you can organize your literature review into into subsections that address different aspects, okay, of the topic, okay. For example, if you are reviewing literature about inequalities in migration health outcomes, okay, key themes might include healthcare policies. Okay, talking about subheadings, subtopics, okay? Healthcare policies, talk about language barrier, talk about cultural attitude, legal status, economic access. So these can be themes or subtopics that you are going to use, okay? So like you can see here in this image, we have keep busy as a theme. We have positive qualities as a theme. We have future plans as a theme. So, and then you have sub-themes, okay? So you are going to break them down more and more, okay, until you get what you are looking for. The next is the methodological, okay, which has to do with using, studying, doing the review, and then writing it based on methods. Okay, so in here, your focus is not going to be on theories, but your focus is going to be on different methods which have been used by different writers over a period of time. Okay, so if you draw your sources from different disciplines or fields that use a variety of research methods, okay, you might want to compare the result and conclusion, okay, that emerge from different approaches. Okay, so usually this approach cuts across different disciplines like that. So for example, look at the results, look at what results have emerged in qualitative versus quantitative research, okay? Results that have emerged out of that. And then discuss how the topic has been approached by empirical versus theoretical scholarship. Okay, so a particular topic, and look for studies that were conducted on that topic using the qualitative approach, and then using the quantitative approach. And then here you try to compare the results that were found, okay? You try to find the result. Or you can look for empirical studies versus theoretical studies, okay, on a particular topic, and then you review it, add your own insight into it, and then make everything beautiful. So divide the literature into sociological, historical, cultural. Okay, that could also be, okay? So this could also be your sub-themes, okay? Sociological, historical, cultural sources, and so on, and so on. So let's talk about the theoretical approach. So a literature review is often the foundation for a theoretical framework. So you can use it to discuss various theories, models, and definitions of key concepts. So like we mentioned earlier, the theoretical method, here you are going to just discuss theories, okay? So you might argue for the relevance of a specific theoretical approach, okay? Or combine various theoretical concepts to create a framework, okay, for your research. Okay, so here we are talking about using one theory or combining different theories together, okay, to come up with your own work, okay? So whichever way you choose, it's okay if you are discussing one theory, okay, or you are discussing different theories, okay, in the same discipline or across disciplines, whichever way, okay. But however, make sure that this is in your field, you have a clear understanding of your work, okay? So when that is done, now you need to write your literature review, okay? Write your literature review. So how do you write? Okay, this is the question which was asked. So like any other academic text, okay, your literature review should have an introduction, a main body, and then a conclusion. Okay, so take note of this. It should have an introduction, a body, and then a conclusion. Keep this in mind. These are the major components of a literature review. However, like I mentioned, it's also journal specific. There's some journal they will want you to add methodology, okay? And then you just simply state you use the narrative review or the descriptive review or whatever, thematic review or whatever you use. You just have to just explain, that's all. So what you include in each depends on the objective of your literature review. So there is no fixed rule as to how your literature review should look like. Okay, it more depends on what the journal likes. Okay, now let's go to the introduction. Okay, so now we are looking at introduction for thesis or dissertation literature review, and then we'll go back to a journal article. So if you are writing the literature review as part of your dissertation or theory, okay, in the introduction, you have to reiterate the central problem or the research question, okay, and then give a brief summary, okay, of the scholarly context, okay, and then you can emphasize the timeliness of the topic. Okay, many recent studies have found, many recent studies have focused on the problem X, or you can say something like highlight a gap in the literature, okay, which you can put it in this way. While there has been much research on X, few researchers have taken Y into consideration. Okay, so highlighting your central research problem, which is a great thing in writing the introduction. These are some of the ways you can put it, okay? That is some of the ways you can put it. Okay, now let's look at the introduction for a review article. Now, if it's a review article, okay, you have to introduce the topic. So how do you do it? You have to establish significance, the significance of the study. Okay, you have to establish the significance of the study. Okay, that begins the writing of the introduction. When that is done, you provide an overview, okay, of the literature review. What does it mean? You are going to tell that some other studies have been done already about this particular topic you are writing on. Then you have to establish a context for the study using the literature. Okay, establish a context. What does that mean? Okay, so you have to put your own study into the present body of knowledge. Where does it fit? Okay, where does it fit? You have to indicate where your own study fits. Okay, and then you identify the gaps. Okay, you identify the gaps. Okay, the gaps has to do with issues that have not been solved in literature or questions which have not been answered yet. Okay, so you are going to talk about all that. And then you have to illustrate how the study will advance knowledge, okay, on the topic. Okay, so writing the introduction of your literature review, okay, you have to do that, okay? Illustrate how your study will advance knowledge, okay? Very important. Now, before we go to the body, I want to show you something shortly. Let me go back to my uh, okay, so if you can see from my screen over here, okay, this is about a review article. If you check out here, it is Sociological Literature Review, ASA citation style. ASA has to do with American Sociological Association. Most people use APA, the American Psychological Association. However, the style is just the same. No difference. Okay. So the topic here is ageism in the workplace. Ageism in the workplace. So as you can see, this is the title of the paper. This is the name of the author, and then the university. Okay, this might not be necessary. Sometimes you will need to include your email and your address. Okay, so it's journal specific, so you just need to be sure what particular style the journal uses. Okay, so here you have the title, the name, and your institution. For APA, there's no word count, so you'll not put any word count here. Okay, so APA, no word count at all. Okay, let me scroll down here. Now we are here. As you can see, I'm reading from this side. Introduce the literature review. Okay, in the introduction of the literature review should introduce the topic. Okay, you introduce the topic. And then identify overall trend in what has been established on the topic. And then include the thesis statement, okay, stating the overall purpose and the factors discussed throughout the literature review. Okay, so that has to do with the introduction. Now let me show you something here. Now, if you look at the first paragraph, it says like this. Generally, older workers are more likely, let me see. Generally, older workers are more likely than workers of other ages to remain unemployed long term. Okay, then he puts the reference, then continues. Age discrimination may be at a fault for the difference in unemployment rate among age groups. Okay, so over here you see that he's trying to highlight the main issue, okay, that the study has to do or is going to talk about. Okay, so right from here all the way to this place, if you read, it's talking about what the study is about. Okay, then if you look here, the next paragraph, it brings the thesis statement. So this literature review examines the social factors that led to ageism in the workplace, or that lead to ageism in the workplace. Additionally, it illustrates how gender discrimination also intersects with ageism and creates more more dimension to the discrimination experienced by aging women in the workplace. So the introduction is very short. Okay. However, you can make your introduction a little longer if you want to. So here talks about what the thesis or the review is about, and then the last part talks about the thesis statement or talks about the research problem. Okay, so let's look at the commentary here. This thesis statement clearly states the main topic that will be discussed throughout the literature review. Typically, thesis statements are placed at the very end of the introductory paragraph. Okay, so when that is done, if we move over here, now it begins with another theme. Okay, another approach being used here is thematic approach to write the literature review. Okay, so as you can see, the body of the review begins from here. Okay, so here in the commentary it says, in the body, number one, group articles together according to factors like variables, conclusions of authors, and specific purposes like objective. Okay, so you are going to do your thematic discussion based on factors, variable, based on conclusions, based on purpose, objective, and so on and so forth. And then number two, compare and evaluate the articles or the documents. Okay, so you are going to bring different views together in teams. And then when you bring them together, now you are going to analyze them. You are going to interpret them. You are going to explain them in your own words. That is what you are going to do. Okay, so you do that nicely and beautifully. Now, if you check here, let's look at this commentary here. It says the first sentence in this. Just a moment. The first sentence in this paragraph is an example of a strong topic sentence. Okay, a strong topic sentence. The topic sentence sentences introduce the reader to the content that will follow throughout the paragraph. Okay, the content that will follow throughout the paragraph. So when forming topic sentences, it helps to look at the entire paragraph and ask what is this about? So being able to answer this question, okay, it's a single statement. In a single statement, will help you formulate an effective topic sentence. Now let's see. In every paragraph, there is a topic sentence. For example, in this one, it says, while age is often viewed as a purely biological process, age is socially constructed. So that means that everything here is going to talk about the first line. Everything here is going to talk about the first line. Okay, this is the topic sentence. Okay, then after this topic sentence, he will begin to mention what other researchers have found. So this is his own understanding, his own synthesis of everything here. You got a point? His own synthesis of everything you find there. Okay, now let's go down a little bit more. Let's look at the body. Now the next theme that is discussed here We have ageism in the workplace. Okay, that is the second thing that is being talked about. So over here, we have this commentary. Level 1 heading introduce a new thought, idea, argument, or topic. Okay, level 1 headings are helpful because they allow readers to clearly indicate a new section within the review. Okay, each level 1 subheading should be flat left, okay, on the page and formatted in all caps. This is specifically for ASA. Talking about this side here, talking about this one, it might not be applicable for APA. Okay, it depends on the journal. Okay, now let's look at how it began. It begins here. It said ageism discrimination based on age, including negative stereotyping and prejudices, and it's typically targeted against those who are of older age. And then the reference counts. Okay, so if I go down here, it continues to talk about all this. Okay, providing themes and sub-themes. Okay, in that order. And finally, it comes to a conclusion. Okay, finally, it comes to a conclusion. Okay, so you will note here, as you write your conclusion, develop a summary of your points, okay, from the article into a closing paragraph. Number 2, consider developing a single sentence, okay, at the end of the conclusion that points readers to a new area of research plus scholars to consider. And then number 3, consider the discipline of which it is part. Provide implications. Provide implications of the studies or documents discussed for the profession or discipline at large. Okay, so this is an example of how the review looks like, starting from the beginning. Okay, so you can always pattern your study after something like this. Actually, I will send you some more examples so that you will be able to have a multiple view of how you can write your literature review. Okay, I'm going to go back to my slides again. Okay. Just a moment. Okay. Oh. Okay, so let's continue from here. Okay, so now we are going to go deep into the body. Okay, so like I showed you, okay, writing the literature review looks like the image you see here. Okay, so we have introduction, we have the body, and the body. And one thing is that over here, the body will be made up of subsections, okay? We're made up of subsections. And then we have the conclusion. It could look like that. However, there are some journals, okay? The pattern is the introduction, they have method, they have result, and so on and so forth. Okay, so if there is introduction, method, and result, and so on, okay, so you have your introduction there. Then you have to add methodology, which is very short, like just one paragraph only, describing which method, review method you use. Okay, and then your result become your actual discussion, or your actual the content you are preparing, or your synthesis become your results. Then after that you add the conclusion. Okay, so like something like that. So depending on the length of your literature, okay, you might want to divide the body into subsections. Okay, so we have major section and then the subsection, and so on and so forth. So you can use a subheading, okay, for each theme, time period, or the method approach that you are using. Okay, so use headings and subheadings for the body of your review article or your review paper. Okay, and then as you write, you can follow these steps. Okay, as you write, you can follow these steps. We have synthesizing, which means that you are putting the pieces together. Okay, so you need to summarize and synthesize. So you have to give an overview of the main point. Okay, give an overview of the main point of each thought, and then combine them into a coherent whole. Okay, so you summarize and you synthesize. For example, if I will use food to illustrate synthesis, it will look like this. I go out to the street or to the restaurant, I buy adobo, and then I buy maybe I buy chop soy, and then I buy maybe Senegal, okay, and then I come home, I put the three together, I mix, and then I add some other spices to produce my own recipe. Okay, so that is what synthesis is all about. Getting the pieces together, mixing them together, and coming out with something unique, okay, that does not actually look at the original, but it looks completely different. Okay, so another issue here is you need to analyze and interpret. Okay, you need to analyze and interpret. So don't just paraphrase other researchers. However, you need to add your own interpretation, okay, where possible, and then discuss the significance of the findings in relation to the literature as a whole. Okay, so you need to get it, okay? Interpreting what is there and adding your own understanding is very important. That is what makes your literature review completely unique, okay? And then critically evaluate. Okay, so what that means is that you need to mention the strengths and the weaknesses of the sources of the papers you are using. Okay, you have to highlight the strengths and the weaknesses of those papers. And then you need to write in well-structured paragraphs. Okay, so use transition words. For example, however, nevertheless, and so on and so forth. Okay, so, and then use topic sentences to draw connection, make comparison, and then contrast. Okay, let me highlight some of these things here. What we are saying is use transition words. Take note of that. Okay, use transition words, and then use topic sentence. Okay, I made mention of that earlier in the I think the past 2 or 3 slides, using topic sentence. When we say topic sentence, for example, you have three different sources, okay? They are all about the same thing. Okay, so use your own idea or your own words to write what they are, that those sources are talking about before you actually state the sources. You need to write what it's about just in one sentence. That's called a topic sentence. And then you have to try to draw connection between your topic sentence and the content. Okay, and then you have to draw connection also between the different papers you are putting together in every paragraph. Try to compare them, okay, as much as possible, and then try to contrast them as much as possible. Now, because it's like this, if you don't compare and contrast, it is just a junk of articles that have been compiled together. Then it does not make any difference. Then the next thing is the conclusion. Okay, so in the conclusion, you summarize the key findings you have taken from the literature and then emphasize their significance. Okay, so you are going to bring out the key findings and then indicate the significance of those key findings. So if it is a dissertation you are writing, then the conclusion you can do something like this. Okay, so if the literature review is part of your thesis or dissertation, show how your research addresses the gap. Okay, and then attribute new knowledge or discuss how you have drawn on existing theories and methods, okay, to build the framework of your research. Okay, if it is about your thesis. However, if it's not about the thesis and then it's about a review article, you have to note that. Okay, so if you are reviewing a paper, you can discuss the overall implications of the literature review or make suggestions for future studies, future research based on the gaps you have identified. Okay, so that will become the conclusion if it's a review article. And then when you have finished writing and revising your literature review, don't forget to proofread.
Galalam alas 2 pasado. Dios. Tanila tanimanay.
Okay, don't forget to proofread. Okay, don't forget to proofread to make sure that everything is okay. Okay, you have to proofread well. Okay, now let's look at a checklist. Okay, for a literature review. So you have to outline the purpose and the scope. Okay, and then you need to identify appropriate and credible academic journals. Okay, and then you need to record the bibliographical details of the source. We're talking about the references. And then you need to analyze and critique your readings. Okay, you have to analyze and critique your readings. And then identify gaps in the literature and then the research. And then explore methodology, theories, hypotheses, and models. Okay, then discuss the varying viewpoint. Make sure you discuss the varying viewpoint. And then you have written an introduction, body, and conclusion. Okay, make sure that your review article has these three components at least. Okay, and then check punctuations and spelling. Okay, check punctuation and spelling. Now let's look at the structure of a review article. Okay, just to throw more light. Every review article needs to have an abstract. Okay, it has to have an abstract. Okay, that's the last thing you do. Okay, so it's just a summary of your main thesis. Okay, and then the studies you examine in your review. Okay, so that is that. It's the last thing you do. Okay. So in your abstract, okay, you can write just a little introduction. If you want to add, okay, after the introduction, you bring in your purpose or the thesis statement. If you want to add, call it a method, that's okay, but it's not required in the abstract of a review article. Okay, then after that, you go to your major findings and then your conclusion. Okay, that is how it's going to look like. And then the introduction, okay, you introduce your topic, outline what you will discuss in the review. Okay, frame the paper with your thesis and then tell your audience why it is important that you review the literature, okay, in your study area. Then the body, you can take different form. It can take different forms depending on the topic. So just break it in subsections, like I said, okay, and then go through all of the literature in detail, okay, and then in an organized way. For your discussion and conclusion, you have to restate your thesis, then wrap up your review by drawing everything together and making sure that it is clear what conclusions you draw about your topic or the field of study based on the research studies you read and analyzed. Okay, so this is very, very important, something you need to take note. And then for the references, make sure that it's well formatted. Okay, this paper, okay, well formatted and then well cited. Okay, well formatted and well cited. Okay, so this brings us to the end of the first presentation for this afternoon. Okay, so if you have any questions or any clarification, if your question is still not answered yet, please feel free to re-highlight it again. We still have 2 more presentations for this afternoon before we end. Okay, let's go to the questions and clarification. Okay, let's look at some comments and questions here. Okay. Okay, can I access the learning through video that you sent? Okay, yes. The video will be sent to you, so don't worry about that. It will be sent to you. And then, so can we have a copy of that literature review sample? Yes, I will send the literature review sample to you as well. And then, let me see some other questions here. Okay, okay, somebody's asking if the literature review has a secondary data, how am I going to connect it with my dissertation? I'm now confused. Okay, let me see if I understand your question. If the literature review has secondary data, how am I going to connect it with my dissertation? What do you mean by secondary data in the first place, Mamka? What do you mean by secondary data? Is it a theory or Or what exactly? Okay. Ma'am Kat.
Doc, you made mention about the literature review having data as a secondary data for you to review later. Okay, you made mention that a while back. How are we going? Because I'm now confused because these are the RRLs, the literatures that to be reviewed, and they have their own data in it.
Yeah.
And here is my dissertation. How am I going to present? Although I think you have partially answered that in the last part of the first topic this afternoon.
Okay.
I'm just confused how to really connect it with the dissertation that I have.
So you mean that you are using a literature review for your dissertation? Is that what you
Yes,
mean?
yes.
Okay. Yeah, usually for literature review in a dissertation, uh, it's not very necessary that you include actual data from another study in your own dissertation, except that it is needed, maybe a table or something that proves a particular point, then that could be included. Okay, but if your thesis is not like a systematic review, then there is no need to include a data. Okay. However, what you can do is you can only quote out the data. Okay, for example, something like in the study of so and so, the researcher reported that blah 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 number of people had blah 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 blah. Okay, so you are just quoting what was found in that particular study. So you are not directly using their data, but you are quoting from the data.
Yes.
You are quoting from the data. So it's not advisable to incorporate a whole data into your dissertation literature review, except that a table or something or a diagram prove a particular point you want to highlight, then it's okay to include that. But apart from that, always quote from the data instead of using the entire data in your literature review. I'm not sure if I helped you or I confused you more. Is it
Thank you.
okay?
Yes. Thank you, Doc.
Okay. So again, quote from the data only. Now, don't use the whole data in your literature review. Quote from the data, and then if there is a table or there's a figure that really illustrates a particular point, okay, you can just copy it and then you put in your own word, but remember to provide the source. Okay, provide the source of that table just to avoid plagiarism or anything like that. Okay. Did I help you?
Yes, Doc. Thank you.
Okay. Anyway, if you have follow-up question, it's okay. If I could not explain well, you can follow up with another question. Okay. There's another question here. Sir, can we have a copy of the literature? Yes, you have a copy. And then another one here. Let me see. Please provide us with your complete discussion. Ma'am Raquel, what do you mean by complete discussion? You mean discussion of the literature review? Ma'am Raquel, are you around?
Dong karang
Hello,
ipasod lang
Doctor.
niya tong usa dito.
I was
Na
just,
karang mga karta. Oh, diha lang itapat ang kuan.
excuse me.
Please,
Oh,
one person at
nang
a
katong
time.
lima ka kuan imo ti open na I-plus sa mga karton dito na kaya ato na
Yan, your
pagbasuhan ng mga
seven. Okay, Ma'am Rachel,
Yes, good
ako rin
afternoon.
na.
what you
I
may
was referring to your whole discussion because I missed some of your discussion, the second time. So if we can request of the recorded discussion.
Okay, I will provide that. I'll provide
Yes,
that.
sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And may I also request your good office, sir, that you may provide us a
Diha
sample
ba to?
of the very latest sample of
Excuse me,
a
if you are not talking, please switch off your microphone because you're talking in the background is disturbing. Sir Tanduyan, please switch off your microphone. Sir Tanduyan, switch off your microphone, please.
Okay.
Okay, Ma'am Rachel, continue, please.
I was actually my ultimate objective why I really have to be joining this very prestigious webinar. No, it's because I get to be puzzled about how this reviewed journal could be one of the major requirements for a graduate professor. And so again, as I have to bring again the problem, it's all about international publication.
Yes.
Now, actually, the title of my dissertation is about accounting, the accounting program of the private universities and colleges of Pangasinan Region 1. And of course, I was trying to figure out if I could come up with I could publish this internationally. I hope you can help you can help us out of this problem, sir.
No problem.
And if in case you still have other incoming webinar as with regards to the publication of the referred journal, I could also invite my friends, my co-faculties, no, because they really have hard up. They find difficulty in connecting themselves with a very prestigious webinar companies like yours, sir. So I hope you can give us an update information about that. Thank you.
No problem about that. So after the training, you can contact again through Facebook or through email, and then we'll talk about your paper. Okay. Sir Abubakar, you are saying how many subsections do we need for literature review or review article? Okay, it depends on you, number one, and then it also depends on the length of your paper. Okay, there is no particular number of subsections that is needed. Okay, it all depends on you how you want to do it. Okay, no problem with that. Okay, so some more questions here. Okay. All right. Okay. Any more questions? I think all the.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
You've mentioned a while ago about the theoretical framework. Is it possible, sir, to request on how to do or any tips on how to work on the theoretical framework as well as the analytical framework and conceptual framework?
Okay. So, to be able to come up with a good theoretical framework, you really need to read on the topic that you want to write about. Okay, because the theoretical framework is basically what has been written in the past about that particular topic that you want to write about, especially from major findings or models or theory that has been written in the past already. So to be able to come up with them, you really need to read. Usually they will not come from you, but they will come from your reading. Okay, so until you read, you will not know which theoretical framework you need to use. Okay, so you check paper one, check the theory they use, paper two, which one did they use, paper three, which one did they use, and so on and so forth. So checking across different papers, you have a clear idea about which particular theoretical framework you need to use. Okay, looking at all papers which have been published in connection to your own title, you have a clear idea on what to do. So my recommendation is, if you are looking for theoretical framework, you need to look for papers that have been published, okay? That is related to the topic you want to work around. And then look at their literature review and the theoretical framework they use. Okay, so if you look at a couple of them and you read, you understand which one is best for your own study. Okay, so that would be my suggestion or my recommendation, because you cannot just invent it from your mind. It should always come from literature. So that's the best way you can easily find theoretical framework. Usually, researchers who are having difficulty in writing theoretical framework, it simply means they did not read much about the topic they are writing on. Okay, I hope you can relate. If you cannot find, means you have not read enough yet, especially on the topic you want to write about. Okay, so if you read enough on it, it will be easy to find a theory which is related to your own study, and then be able to use it. Okay, did I help you?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Any other clarifications, or if you have something you want to contribute, that's okay too. Maybe you have some sharing you want to share.
Sir Ma,
Yes, sir.
is there such a number of words limited only for introduction or abstract? Because some journals require like number of words that would only be included in the abstract or in the introduction.
Okay. Usually for review, it ranges from half page to 1 page only. Okay, half page to 1 page. Not more than that if it's a review paper. Just limit it to at most 1 page. So usually getting to the end of the page, then you are going to introduce your gap, and then you will introduce your the problem statement, and then your research question. So always limit it to only 1 page, maximum 1 page.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you're welcome.
Another
Yes,
another
yes,
thing would like to say, sir. Of
Hmm.
course, we will be ending by this day. We will be ending our training. And since it's nice always to be with you, since we can ask questions and you can answer right away. But our fear is, what if after our training and we have something to ask? In what way can we reach out to you? In what way we can you can be available if we make some appointments, if we have some questions to ask or we need your guidance.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Usually, for everyone who attends the training, after the training, you have any question on anything, 24/7, you can message through Messenger, or you can send through email, and then we will respond almost immediately. Okay, and then any other, if it has to do with something you need clarification about, or you want recommendation about something, we'll always do it for free for you. Okay, so our doors are always open. Okay, so you can contact through email or through the Facebook Messenger.
Thank you. Another thing, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
In one of the requirements that we submit for our evaluation,
Yes.
we must be a member of an active member of an organization.
Okay.
So since this is not an organization and we do not pay our membership fee, or we do not have a registration fee required of being a member, because we're supposed to support our membership with IDs, with membership certificates, so that we could qualify as active members of a certain group.
Yeah.
I don't know how are you going to view that in line of helping us as well, because we don't see any venue anymore where we can continue our membership and our participation in your advocacy. So I don't know what is your view on that. Thank you.
Yeah, usually those who have taken the peer review certification, which we offer together with the Web of Science certification, we give them certificate of membership. Okay, so everyone who has taken the peer reviewer certification, we give them automatic 1-year membership. Okay, with certificates, we don't issue ID, we provide only a certificate. However, if somebody needs an ID, we provide only based on request. Okay, so for now, actually, we have more than 100 members who are part of our group. Okay, so we have membership, but it's only open to those who are taking the peer reviewer certification. People who have not taken the peer reviewer certification, we don't give them membership. Okay, so the recent peer reviewer certification we did, I will be sending you the certificate of membership as well. After you are done with your Web of Science modules, then we'll provide you with the certificate of membership as well. Okay, so you can use that to help you with your professional promotion and all that. And that is free. We don't charge anything extra for the membership. It's part of the package for the peer reviewer certification. Okay, so if you want to become a member, it's still open. Okay, you can join the team. Okay, and let me also say that our group is very new and it's growing. We are just growing. It's actually, we started this group less than a year now. Even though I was doing it in Thailand, but here in the Philippines, it's less than a year. Okay, so we are building a team. I'm building a team. And then by and by, those of you who want to become an actual partners, we are looking forward to that. Okay, and then we will be also having some conferences and all that. And then we are going to need more people to help. And honestly, if you become actively involved in the research organization, it helps you a lot, especially in the university. So far as your qualifications are concerned, it really helps a lot. Okay, so these are the opportunities that are there, but the membership is already started. So if you want to join the team, it's still open. Okay.
Another thing, sir.
Okay, madam.
Of course, peer review that we learned a little last time.
Yes.
Is something tasky, something difficult to evaluate since we are not still yet skillful on what are we going to find out. But at least this literature review that we are having now clearly identifies what are the areas we need to look into a certain material that we are reviewing. And so a little, ano sir, may I request that if possible, since you've been into reviewing and I saw a while ago, how do you put comments while you edit or while you review a certain article? And I like the way you did that, the highlighting and then the putting of comments. Can you also share us something like a draft or a copy on how did you put some comments there, because that's what we are supposed to do by the time we will be reviewing as well. So it's the only example that I saw when you do the comment, no, the commenting on the area on how the review should be arranged. So last time you just mentioned on the 2 columns, the original, and then have it numbered by lines. But the way you show a while ago how you wrote your comments was very helpful. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I will do that again in a PDF, how you can comment on PDF and how you can comment in Microsoft Word. I will do that today so that you can know how to do that. Okay. All right. So any other thing anybody who want to say something?
Sir,
Yes.
You said a while ago about the way we finish or those who have undergone the peer reviewing seminar. And for myself, I already done even even with the problems reviewing, I already done. Okay, so is it possible that in one of the conferences that you might maybe holding or organizing, so our every one of us has the ability or has the chance to be taken as what's the term, that judge or a peer reviewer in a certain conference?
Yes, that's possible. Yeah, that is possible. So those of you who are finished the review and then the problems, okay, we are going to tap your skill. Okay, and then if you also want to join a journal, yeah, I can send you some possible journals you may want to apply, okay, in order to be actively involved in review. Okay, I could also do that for you as well. And then in case you email them with your experience, especially being a certified reviewer, they could consider you as a potential reviewer for the journal. So beginning at that level will really be of good help. Okay. All right. And then those of you who have already finished your problems, just message through Messenger, and then we'll send you your membership certificate already. If you need an ID, you could also let us know. Yeah, but the ID, you will need to pay the printing cost. The certificate we will just issue, but the ID, you have to take care of the printing cost like that. That's the only thing. Okay, so we will move on to our next presentation. There's still some few things I want to show you. Okay, but before that, let me go to how you can comment or write uh, in a PDF or in Microsoft Word in case you want to insert comments or something like that. let me show you real quick before we move on to the next topic. Okay, just a moment. Okay. Okay, just a moment. I'll open up. Okay, so I'm here in Microsoft Word. I will share my screen again. And then I want to show you something real quick. Okay, just a moment, just a moment. Okay, now I will share my screen. Okay. Okay, so here in Microsoft Word, okay, let's assume that you are reviewing an article and you want to put in comments. Okay, there are a couple of ways you can do this. Okay, but the most appropriate way is like this. Okay, so here we are in home. Okay, so you are going to go to insert. Okay, so in insert, you just go up here, there is comment. Okay, for example, I want to put a comment here, so I'm going to put the cursor or the mouse here, and I will click on comment. Okay, when I click on comment, okay, I can type in anything I want over here. Okay, and then that is it. Okay, so over here, if I want to put another comment, I will just put in the comment there, and that is it. So every part of this word I want to put in comment, I can just do it like that, just insert comment. Okay, then I'll put in the comment I want to put in. Okay, so in case the paper you downloaded is in Microsoft Word, and then you want to indicate particular areas you want to use, or you want to insert some comment, you can just go to insert, you go to comment, and then put your mouse at the place that you want to put in the comment, and then that is it. You can put in the comment. Okay, if you want to delete, it's easy. You can delete it as well, okay, without any difficulty. But the issue is that once you have put in comment, the comment is inside. Okay, so if I go back, I can unshow the comment, or I can delete the comment if I want to. Okay, I can just delete it without any problem. Okay, so again, go to insert, go to comment, and then that is how you can put in comment in that section. Okay, so it should not create any, it should not be difficult for you to do this. Okay, so if I want to delete a comment, I just right click and then just delete, it's gone. Okay, just right click and delete the comment, it's no more. Okay, so that is how you can insert comments in Microsoft Word. And then in PDF, okay, in PDF, like I did before, okay, let's assume that we want to put some comment here in the by the title. So you put your mouse there by the title, and then this is comment, this is highlight. Okay, this is comment. Okay, so I will just click on that. When I click it, I'll just come here, put it there, and click again. When I click, the text box will be there. So I'll just type in everything I want to type, text in, and then post. Okay, so it's posted. I'm going to close here. So the comment is here. If I click it, it's going to show whatever I included here. It will show. Okay, it will show. Okay, so if you want to delete, you can just delete it. There's no problem with that. You can delete. Okay, it's gone. Right click and delete. If you want to delete, just right click and delete. It's gone. Okay, so that is how you can insert comments through the manuscript in case you are doing your review. Okay, so we are going to go to our next presentation, and I'm sure it's going to get better and better because we are not done yet. Okay, we are not done yet. It will get better and better. Okay, so I will open the next presentation. Just quickly. Okay, can you see my PowerPoint? Is it visible now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Doc, yes.
Okay, okay. So in the beginning stages, I'm going to run through it quickly because most of these things are overlapping, but I want to just show you some new ways of doing things. Okay, then I will go to how you can rearrange, you can arrange different literature together, okay, so that in your writing, you can have a complete overview by just looking at your laptop, you know exactly what to do. And that is part of this particular PowerPoint, okay? All right, so finding sources, okay? This is important because even if you know what to do, and then you cannot find source, it's useless. Okay, so just we have to just highlight some of these things. Okay, so the sources depends on two things. Number one is the place you look, and then the words you are going to use in your searching. That's it. So where are you looking for the information you want, and then what kind of search words are you looking at or are you using? Okay. So the stage you are in, you are the stage you are in your research. Okay, let me see here. I think it's a problem. Okay, the discipline presented depends on the disciplines you are working on, and then the research question you are using. Okay, so what I'm saying here is that every stage in which you are, remember, okay, to follow through with your research questions, and then stick to the discipline you want to make use of. So if you look at this image here, we have books, journals, conference paper, thesis, encyclopedia, report, magazines, electronic. Okay, so what to use over here depends on the research question you are looking for. And number two, depends on the discipline you want to work on. Okay. And then the place you have to look to also depends on the importance, okay, of the currency of the research topic. Is it an old research topic or it's something new? Okay. So again, where to look at depends on the stage of your research. Okay. Are you in the beginning? Are you on the literature review? Are you on the methodology? And then number two here, it also depends on the discipline. Okay, there are some disciplines you can just get everything you want from books. There are some disciplines you can use the internet only. Okay, and then there are some disciplines you can use some other sources. So where to look for material depends on the stage, number one, the discipline, number two, and number three, the importance, okay? How current the topic is, okay? How current the topic is. Okay, take note of this. So some database you can look at. Later on, I want you to check out this one, okay, on your own. There are some other things I want to discuss, so I will not go open this one by one. Okay, but these are database, okay? If your field is business, please check these ones out. Okay, check out these ones. ABI, check Business Insight Global, check Business Source Premier. Okay, if you are in the field of education, you can check ERIC, check Education Source, Education Reference Complete, ProQuest Education Database. Okay, you can check these places. You'll get very good material for your review. If you are in history, check America, colon, history and life, check historical abstract, and then check JSTOR. Okay, if you are in literature and humanities, check MLA bibliographics, linguistic and language behavior abstract, check literature source center, and then humanities source. You can get very good materials from here. Okay, and then if you are in psychology, sociology, and social work, you can check communication and mass, you can check media complete, psych article, psych info, social work abstract, sociological abstract, stock index for text, social sciences citation index, which is also part of Web of Science. Okay, so you can check these places depending on your discipline. Okay, if you are in the sciences, check Science Direct, and then you can check Science Citation Index. Science Citation Index is part of Web of Science. This is part of Web of Science. Earlier on, we opened this one. Okay, and then for multidisciplinary database, you can check Academic 1.5, Academic Set Complete, which is part of EBSCO. You can check JSTOR, ProQuest Central, Sage Online Journals, Web of Science. You can check WorldCat, okay? These are places you can find material which are multidisciplinary. For dissertations, you can check ProQuest dissertation and thesis. You can check WorldCat dissertation and thesis as well. Okay. Now let's look at critical reading and analysis of literature. Okay, so now when reading, critically focus on the purpose of the literature review. Okay, when you are reading, always keep in mind why you are reading. That's very important. Your purpose is very important. Take note of this. So think about what you expect from the article, okay, or the chapter that you are reading. Okay, so you download, you are reading, have in mind what you want, what are you expecting. So have your research questions in your mind. Okay, very important. and then skim through the abstract, headings, and conclusion first. Don't spend a whole day reading the whole paper. No, not like that. Okay, skim through the abstract, the heading, the conclusion. And then if you find the information that you want, maybe the abstract gives a very good information that is going to help you. That means that the paper can be good. So now you are going to skim through the various paragraphs and then to find out if there is something very good you can use. And then focus on the argument presented and the facts. Okay, so when you are doing a review, please, your focus is not on fact, your focus is on argument. Okay, so underline, highlight the argument that are being made, okay, in the paper. And then remember to take notes, okay, as you read, take note as you read, and start to organize your review around themes and ideas. I mentioned this already. So consider using a table, matrix, or a concept map, okay, to identify how the different sources relate to each other. Okay, so this point, I want you to take note of this very, very well. Okay, so note 4 to 6 points for each study. Okay, that summarizes the main points and the conclusion. So every study you read through, get points about 4 to 6 points from the study. Okay, and then be as objective as possible. Okay, so I'm reading this article. I'm trying to note down 6 important things in that particular study. I will highlight it. Okay, note the references and everything. Okay, and then you have to analyze your sources. Okay, so consider this criteria relevant. Okay, is it really relevant? Is the study relevant? Currency, is it too old or it's too new? Okay, you have to take note of this. Is the findings reliable? Are the findings reliable? Okay, are they reliable? How reputable is the source of the information? Okay, and then think about authority. Okay, who wrote it? Is it from somebody who doesn't know what he's doing, or from a reputable author? Okay, and then provenance. Here, are the author's arguments supported by evidence? Okay, so everything you are taking note, make sure that it is supported by evidence. Okay, by evidence, we mean primary data. Okay, we mean case studies, narrative statistics, recent findings. Okay, you have to take note of all this. And then persuasiveness, which of the author's arguments are most or least convincing? Okay, so you need to take note. You are looking for facts that are really convincing, not facts without proof. Okay, and then objectivity. So what is the purpose of the article and its intended audience? Okay, so the article you are reading, was it written for teenagers? Was it written for adults? Was it written for children, and so on and so forth? Okay, and then is contrary data considered, or is certain pertinent information ignored? Okay, to prove the author's point. Can you detect any bias in the content? Okay, so you have to make sure that the content you are extracting, they are not biasly written. Okay, and then also consider accuracy. Okay, the question is, does the data support the conclusion? Okay, so you read through the introduction, the objectives of the study of the research question, look at the conclusion that is given. Are they coherent, or it's just a suggestion from somebody's mind? Okay, and then ask yourself if the article is well referenced. Okay, then value. Talk about, are the author's opinions and conclusion convincing? Okay, does the work ultimately contribute in any significant way? okay, to an understanding of the subject. Okay, that's also another criteria. Okay, so while taking notes, okay, you have to be clear, write in legible notes, okay, and then make sure that you, as much as possible, you don't plagiarize, okay. So your notes need to be well taken, including references and so on and so forth. Okay, and then the next thing here, you need to keep track of the differences between information from your sources and then from your own ideas. Okay, your own thought, you need to separate your own thought from the information you are getting. Okay, later on I will show you how you can do that very well. And then providing clear references and then including page numbers. Okay, so when you download an article while you are working on, everywhere you take information, make sure that you well document it so that later on when you have to revisit them, you know exactly where you got them from and there will not be any problem. Okay, some effective method of taking notes include one, the outlining method. Okay, so use headings, subheadings, and bullets. Okay, to organize your points. Okay, to organize your point. And then we have the Cornell method. Okay, here you use two columns. Okay, one column you write your summary of the author's conclusions and evidence, and then in the other column, write down your own analysis. Okay, so you have your book. Okay, either on the computer or you are using your hand to write. Okay, you pick this article. Okay, you make two columns. Okay, the author is saying this. Okay, this is what you think about it. Okay, the author, your reflection, the author, your reflection. Okay, so if you keep doing that, by the time you are done, your literature review is ready. So you just have to put everything together and then that is it. Now the next one is the charting method. So over here, you create a list of topics, okay, or points you want to write about, and then use a column for each one, okay. So as you read, add references and make notes in the appropriate column. So over here, you are not using only two columns, but you are using multiple columns. So uh, you are going to make a list or create a list, okay, of topics or points you want to write about. Okay, so this could be the themes you want to write about. Okay, and as you read, okay, you add references and notes. Okay, you write them down, you provide the detail, and so on and so forth. So if you look at the image here, we have a question here, okay, we have a claim here, we have the evidence here, we have the detail here, and then the connection, okay? So you can do it like that, and then by the time you are done, you have the whole lot of things prepared for you. And the next method is the sentence method. So over here, simply write down new ideas and bit of information as a numbered sentence. So here, contrary to the table or the column style, okay, you just write your reflection in sentences. In bullets, you just write them down. Okay, make sure you include the page numbers, the paragraph numbers, where you got all these things from, and then like that. And then we have the mapping, okay? So for the mapping, you write down the key concept, okay? And terms with related ideas radiating from them. Okay, so like this, the center idea is here. Okay, so as you read, you try to make some connections. Okay, until at the end of the day, everything is okay. So when you are done, you pick your mind map, and then you know which one is connected, which one. and then you bring everything together. Okay. Yeah, but my favorite is this one. Okay, my favorite is this. And then I will record, if there's any of the methods I will recommend, it's this one. Okay, so here what you do is you have the source. We have article 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on and so forth. Now you have the scope of the study, the method which was used in the study, the key findings, the limitations in the study, the contentions, and the contribution to literature. Okay, so you pick out article 1, and then you are going to summarize article 1 all the way here. Okay, you are going to summarize everything there. Okay, then after that, you go to article 2, then you write the summary, everything down. And then article 3, you write down everything, article 4, article 5, article 6. So by the time you finish, you have an overview of all the articles you have written. So if you read through, for example, going through the methodology over here, okay, the methodology of article 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you can see the similarities and difference. It's so easy. Okay, so when it comes to contrasting and comparing, it's easy for you to do. Now for the key findings, you can read like this, vertically, and you'll get to know the similarities and the differences. Okay, so when writing, you get to know all those things. Okay, and then the limitations, the contentions, and so on. And don't forget to include the references, okay, which could come as the next column. Okay, you have to include the references as well. Okay, so this is something you can do. And this is what I really recommend. After you create your folder and then you have downloaded the materials you want to use, you have to use this table to summarize all the papers together. And then you can begin your actual writing. So if you have this, it's super easy. So you just have everything, you copy, you elaborate, you copy, you elaborate, and everything becomes simple. And then in these tables, okay, most of the things here, they are in your own words already, okay? Except things that you don't need to put in your own words. For example, like quantitative, quantitative, or qualitative, or all those things, you don't need to put in your own words. So you can just leave them like that. Okay, but you know that Article 2, this is the limitation. Article 3, this is the limitation. Article 4, okay, so you know the difference in limitation, the similarities in limitations, and all that. So it's super easy to write your paper using this particular approach. Okay, so if you remember the literature review section sample I showed you, with the component, with the introduction and all those things. If you have that picture in view together with this table, then there should be no problem at all. Okay, there should not be any problem. Okay, there should not be any problem at all. Okay, so you can use this table to guide you, to make things easier for you. Now, more on critical analysis checklist. Ask yourself, does your literature review highlight the flaws and the gaps, the shortcomings of specific text or group of text? Okay, these are some of the things you have to ask yourself. Okay, as you write. And then, have you identified areas that have not been yet searched or have not been yet searched sufficiently? So you have to ask yourself, did I really comb through literature very well? Did I bring out all the areas which have not been studied yet? Next one, does the literature demonstrate a change, okay, over time or recent development that make your research more relevant now? Okay, you have to ask yourself, all that I have done, does it really demonstrate change, okay, in the past study? Does it really make a great contribution? or does it really bring more development in the development of knowledge like that? Okay, next one, are you able to discuss research method used to study this topic or related topic? Okay, did you discuss the method very well? Okay, and then can you clearly state why your research is necessary? Okay, and that is that. So this brings us to the end of uh, uh, second presentation for this afternoon. Okay, so if you have any question, you ask about this. Okay, if you have any question, you ask about this. Okay, let me see the comments here. Okay, Mom Joycelyn is asking, yeah, we'll have another webinar on peer review. The date is not set yet, but for sure. Okay, and then Mom Christina is saying, I like this part, literature matrix. Okay, thanks to this. Yeah, honestly, it is the easiest way to do it. When you have the table and then with all the article numbers and then you are summarizing, by the time you are done with the summary, your literature review is already, everything is done. Okay, so you can use it. Okay, you can use it. And the next one here is, I have tried this organizing technique before, putting my readings in a matrix, but I observed that as I read more, I get more. I get more confused, okay, on how I will start my writing, okay, how I will start my writing. There are also a lot of argument, okay. Now this is the point, okay. As you read, okay, try to find the differences and similarities, okay, find the differences and similarities. And you can introduce color coding, okay, color coding. Okay, let me quickly show you something, how you can use color coding in your matrix to make things easier for you. Okay, so I'm going to open a new Word document here, and I want to show you something, how you can avoid the confusion, okay? I will share my screen again. Okay. All right, so this is my Word document. Okay, I'm going to make the matrix, okay? Just a moment. Okay, let's assume that this is our matrix, okay? You have to include color coding as you read, okay? As you read. For every new idea, use a particular color code. Okay, let's just for a sake for a demonstration, let's take like we are going to use 5 color codes. Okay, we are going to use red, or maybe red is too, or maybe light red, so that it's not too deep. Light red, or maybe I use another one, maybe green. We will use blue, and then we will use maybe purple, and then we will use another color. Okay, so we have over here, we have article, okay, we have scope, okay, and so on and so forth. So we are talking about the scope. So article 1, okay, if the scope is unique, I'm going to color code it, or maybe color code it green, okay? This is the scope. Okay, so I'm going to highlight it green, okay? And then the next color code, the next line, no, the paper number 2, this is paper 1, okay? This is paper 1, this is paper 2, this is paper 3, and so on. Now, paper 2, the scope is different. Okay, that is a scope A. So I will use another color code. Okay, maybe I'll use like purple. Okay, I'll use like purple for this. Now, the paper 3, I noticed that the scope is not the same like paper 1. So it's B again. Therefore, I'm going to use color code B again, which is green. Okay, so by the time I finish, I know which particular studies are similar and which particular studies are not similar. I don't know if you get my point. Which particular studies are similar, which particular studies are not similar. Okay, you can use any other coding you want to use, which is okay. But assuming you have 30 papers all put in a matrix, okay, by looking at A, the colors alone will tell you, okay, which ones to put first, which one to put second, which one to put last, and so on and so forth. Okay, it will also tell you which particular content you need to put together. Okay, for example, you put all the green together as one paragraph or as one page. You put all the purple together because the content and then whatever it's talking about is just the same. Okay, so while you are reading and you are coding at the same time, by the time you are done, there is no confusion at all because you know which are similar, which are not similar. Okay, so sir, what's the name? Who asked this question? Okay, just a moment. So, sir, it should not be, is it Mom Annalyn? Okay, Mom Annalyn. So you can include the coding right from the beginning as you are reading. Okay, if you are not going to do it like that, by the time you are done, there is a lot of information, and then you have to reread through again, which is a lot of work. Okay, so code it right away as you begin, right from the end to the beginning, to the end. So by the time you are done, you know which contents are the same, which contents are different, which methods are the same for which particular article, and so on and so forth. So you use coding for every particular part. And don't forget that in your analysis, you are going to do the analysis vertically, not horizontally. Okay, so you are going to compare all the scope together, you are going to compare all the methods together, okay, and so on and so forth. So with the coding, it will be super easy to use the matrix, okay, to get your work done. Okay, so you try using the color coding the next time you are doing this. And then by the time you are done, your work is beautifully organized. And then writing your literature review, you can easily see, okay, I need to put this one together, I need to put that one together, and then connecting them, and your work is done. Okay, so it should not be difficult, okay, if you color code them. Or you can use any other coding method which is convenient for you. Okay, so that's the way you can do it. And then when it's done, there will be no stress at all. If you don't code it, it will be double work. It will be double work. Okay, after you are done analyzing, you have to go through all over again, and that's difficult. Okay, so coding is very important. Okay. Now, any contribution, maybe you want to share your experience, that's okay. Anybody who want to share experience or have any
Hello, sir.
Yes,
Hello, sir.
yes, sir.
I just want to ask on the literature review matrix, particularly on the scope and key findings, contentious issues, and contribution.
Okay.
I just want to ask how to identify those parts, sir. What to include on the scope, for example. Yes, that's the question, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So, for example, with the scope, okay, the scope of every study is usually found in the introduction. Okay, if it's a whole thesis, it's usually all the way down the introduction. depending on the style the university is using, but the scope is always written there, the scope of the study. Okay, so if it's not written, it should be found in the introduction. So you just came through the introduction. Personally, I don't read everything line by line because I have some keywords that will help you to know that this is talking about scope. For example, the word scope is one keyword, okay? Apart from the word scope, you can see something like the study was limited to blah, 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 so, so, and so. Or the study was performed in this place, in this topic, like that. These are clues that will help you to know that this is the scope of the study. In the same way, limitations of the study, uh, sometimes it could be after the introduction. There are other times, especially in research papers, they might include it at the end of the discussion or even in the conclusion. Okay, so you have to look for the keywords. For example, limitations of the study, weakness of the study. So these are words you have to look for. Okay, so when you see them, you can easily identify. And then for the other thing, for example, contentious issues, we are talking about conflict in the study, okay? So conflict in the study could either be the findings of the researcher compared to the findings of the literature discussed in the study. That is one way to find contention. Now another way, okay, is also to find conflict. For example, the result is not fit for the methodology. Or, for example, the objective do not match the conclusion. These are contentious issues, okay? So you have to look out for them, And then contribution to literature, you can always find it part in the introduction and part in the conclusion. You can always find the contributions there. So you can use these clues to help you, okay, to identify this component, okay, this the component of the study, and then it should not be difficult to do that. Okay, I don't know if I answered your question. Did I answer?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. Anyway, if you still need some
So,
more clarification, you can still follow up with a question. That's okay with me.
what about, sir, the contribution? How to write it on the contribution? Is it different from the importance of the study or the significance of the study or similar?
Yeah, the significance is there the same as the important, but a little different uh, benefits. Okay, usually benefits is more about what people will get. Okay, uh, people will get from the study. For example, your study, who is the audience of the study? Okay, when they read it, what are they going to get out of it? Okay, and then when we talk about contribution, it's not only about the audience, but it's also about academia in general. Okay, they might not be the audience, but in a way, when they read it, it's going to bring enlightenment. But let me say that uh, you can just use benefits of the study or contribution of the study or significance of the study. You might not have to uh, incorporate all these things together because it can get confusing sometimes. Okay, so if you use contributions, contribution of the study or significance of the study, that's okay. No need to write significance and write benefits. Just one is okay. No need to write all these things together. So just one component is okay. And then in your case, if you want to find the contribution of the paper you are reviewing or the paper you are reading, okay, you can always check in the introduction, at the end of the introduction, okay, and then in the conclusion, sometimes it's also stated there. So if you are supposed to write, you can also do the same thing. But I always advise you put it in the conclusion aspect instead of putting it at the end of the introduction. Usually that is done for thesis, but not for research papers. Okay, so research paper, you add it to the conclusion. Okay, and then just tell that the study will be useful in this place, or it will serve the purpose of helping libraries or helping researchers gain more knowledge in this and that and that and that. Okay, so did I confuse you?
No, sir, I think it's okay. I
Okay.
get the point. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Okay, okay. So any other clarifications or any experience you want to share, that's okay. Any experience about explanations, or you have some more clarifications or anything, you can ask, please. Okay, there's a question here. As part of the screening out of materials subject to literature review, do you have a handy list of predatory journals to avoid? Well, the predatory journals, you cannot name them. Okay, there is no list of predatory journals because every single day new journals are coming. But focus on the journals you want, not the journals you don't want. Okay, focus on the journals you want, not the journals you don't want. Okay, that is why I have given you a list of database where you can get the information you want. Okay, so just focus on that database. Don't think about the other journal, which is not part of what I have given you. So just stick to that, and then if you stick to that, you'll not be a victim of any predatory journal. Okay, so that is that. Okay, any other questions or clarifications?
Sir,
Yes, ma'am.
as to the number of references,
Hmm.
are there some limits or number of references to be included in the bibliography if it's undergrad, master's thesis, or dissertation?
Okay, okay. Usually, it differs from thesis, from dissertation, from journal article to review papers, and so on and so forth. Dissertations, the reference should be at least 100 references for dissertation. Okay, that is PhD. Okay, and then for masters, it's to be 50, at least 50. Okay, and then for bachelor, usually around 30. Okay, however, when you are writing a research paper, it is advisable to limit your reference to only 2 pages, maximum 2 pages. Okay, so it depends whether you are using single page or double page. Okay, but whatever the situation is, you have to limit it to just 2 pages. And that is good for empirical research. Usually for review papers, it can go up to 3 pages. Okay, because review research has more literature involved. So usually more references are allowed. But I will advise that limit it to only 3 pages because that is the ideal and acceptable length, okay, of references that you can use. Okay, and then if it's an original or empirical research article, Maximum should be 2 pages only. Don't go more than that. If you go more than that, your work is going to look horrible. Don't go more than that. So these are the specification with the number of references we can use. Okay. With thesis and dissertation, there are numbers, but when it comes to paper publication, it's more about pages instead of numbers. Okay, so 2 pages for empirical and then 3 pages for review articles allowed. Okay, another question here. Somebody is saying, is it necessary that we separate local, international literature in our review? Is it not more coherent if we will be, it will be written thematically, just like what you advised a while ago? Okay, and then that we analyze the reference vertically instead of horizontally. Okay, or arrange, okay. Yeah, Ma'am Annalyn, for reviews, okay, for reviews, if you are just reviewing for your university, you can just do it locally, nationally, and so on and so forth. Because university may want to know how many papers have been written in this topic in maybe the Mindanao or in the national and so on and so forth. But if your goal is to publish it in an international journal, then I don't recommend that you use local, national, and so on and so forth. That because even the reviewer will not understand what you mean by local. Local means what? Okay, maybe the journal is in America or the journal is in Malaysia. Local, you mean local in Malaysia or local in America or local in the Philippines, okay? So if the review is not for your university, as in a thesis or dissertation, then don't use local, national, and so on and so forth. It's okay for the university level, but for paper publication, it's not okay. Okay, you use the other approaches that we have mentioned a while ago. You can use the thematic analysis or the other analysis we have discussed. Okay, that's the best recommendation so far as paper publication is concerned. Okay, so any more questions or clarification?
Sir.
Yes, ma'am.
In the bibliography, we should include all materials that we read pertaining to the study, or are we going to include only what is cited, or who cited and what is being cited?
Okay. There are 2 ways you can do this. Usually, there's a difference between bibliography and then literature cited. Okay, so bibliography simply means that works you consulted, but you did not use them directly in your paper. Okay, and then the literature cited means work you have directly used. Okay, so you can usually provide 2 separate, what do you call it, references. You provide literature cited and bibliography, 2 different. Okay, in case you consulted some materials you did not use. Okay, but that is exclusive usually for thesis and dissertation. Okay, usually for thesis and dissertation. But for when you talk about paper publication, it is more recommended to use only literature cited, because there's a rule that everything you have in your reference and bibliography should be found in the text, directly connected. And that is only possible for literature cited. That does not work for bibliography. Okay, but that is perfect for thesis and dissertation. Okay, so in review paper don't include bibliography, just use literature cited. Okay, and then if you are writing empirical research, the same principle is true. Just use only literature cited. Don't you include bibliography. But you can use bibliography in your thesis and dissertation. That is perfect and that is allowed. Okay, did I answer you?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. That's clear
You're
enough
welcome.
for me. At least it's clarified already. Now,
Okay.
another point, sir, is,
Hmm.
of course, we are a little educated or trained on the aspect of writing the journal, the contents, the literature review, the peer review. But my worry is, of course, we know how to start it from the beginning, the intro, the literature review, and then the abstract a little about how they are going to be written. But my worry is there such a venue again where statistics would also be trained to us in order that we can also align our problems on what extent we can use, or what is your advice about that? Since
Okay.
not all of us are experts in that field, and if we have this problem, our worry would be on the methodology and the statistical tool that we will be using.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. As of now, we have not conducted any training on statistics, simply because we only focus on research publication. However, if there is a request, usually I invite an expert who is a statistician, and then he can help with that aspect, because personally, I'm not a statistician, so there are a lot of concepts I might not be able to explain them very well as a statistician can do. For example, when we conducted a training on scholarship, okay, I invited a co-speaker who is very, very advanced in scholarship and all those things. And then he complemented the training and made it better. Okay, so if there's a need that to have a training on statistics, I will just invite somebody who is more experienced with statistics more than me. And then he will be the main trainer, and then I will just augment his effort. Yeah, but the statistics area, that is not the area that I am really mastered in. I am more mastered with interpretation of data. Okay, so when it is analyzed and everything, okay, because interpretation is is important in publication. Okay, so that's the area I am more specialized in. Yeah, but I don't go much into the statistics and all those things. But I can invite one of the experts from USEP, because I'm connected to USEP Graduate School. So I can invite somebody from USEP Graduate School to do the training, okay, on statistics, if there's the need to do that.
Sir,
Hello, ma'am.
another follow-up, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, when we do peer review, or when we review a certain article, journal article,
Yes.
of course it's inevitable that we touch on we go through the tables, and then
Yeah.
those aspects of percentage, so and so,
Mm.
and maybe on our comments we will just maybe touch on the extent where we can be that, but
Yeah.
on that aspect, on the statistical aspect and on the tables,
Yeah.
we may not be able to comment on those things.
Yeah.
So that's my fear,
Okay.
because peer reviewing, as to your discussion this this how many days already,
Yeah.
but when we move forward and we met those tables, we are afraid to discuss or to comment, since also at the same time we are not expert on that.
Yes. Yeah. So it's important usually as a peer reviewer or even editor for a journal, okay, it's important to have some level of competence with the statistics component, especially the interpretation of data. Okay, for example, uh, when we say something is significant, what does it mean? Not significant, what does it mean? Or what does it imply, and all those things, you should be able to understand them. Okay, so when you are presented with a table, with the result and all those things, you should be able to have some primary understanding of all those things. If not, you will not be able to provide a good peer review. And then it is also necessary, if there's any area that you feel that it's beyond your strength, you just be honest with the editor. Say, sir, this area it's beyond my expertise. So you ask somebody else to do that area, and then I would do the other area. Okay. But usually in the social sciences and humanities, our statistics is not complicated. But I tell you, if you see some statistics in science or in chemistry or physics, it's really, really complicated. Okay, so in social sciences, I mean, it's really not really complicated. Okay, so you should be able to master all those basic things. And then like I mentioned some time ago, if you feel like this area I'm not strong, you should also develop yourself in that area. Develop yourself. But the point is, like somebody who has majored in statistics from college, major in statistics in masters, and major in statistics in PhD, you can never be like a person. Okay, so that's why sometimes for training purposes, we call in people who are really, really expert in the field, okay, to handle it like that. But for peer review purposes, you just need to have some level of competence, and then be able to interpret findings after they are analyzed. Okay, and then that'll be okay. You can do a good job. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Any other additions or feedback before we sum up for today? Okay, I have one more PowerPoint. I'm going to go through it quickly. Okay, it's called the Prisma statement. The Prisma statement. And the Prisma statement is just like a standard by which you are going to measure your literature review. I did not send this PowerPoint to you because I was not sure if we were going to be able to finish all the PowerPoint. Okay, so on Monday, I'm going to email that PowerPoint as well. Okay, so I'm going to go through this quickly, and then we are going to end for today. Okay, so let's quickly talk about the Prisma statement. Okay, most of the content I have just stated some of them, but for the sake of information, I will just go through them. Okay. So the Prisma statement is an evidence-based minimum set of items for reporting systematic reviews and meta-analysis. Okay, we did not go much into meta-analysis and systematic reviews. However, I will just, for the sake of information, I will just talk about it shortly. Okay, so it's just a set of items by which you measure your review. Okay, so the Prisma 2000 statement was published in 2001. It consists of a checklist, okay, and a flow of diagram that is intended to be accompanied by Prisma 2020. So the checklist is like this. Okay, so over here we have section, we have item, checklist item, and then the page. So as you can see, the title, we have what you have to know about the title. So identify the report, okay, as a systematic review, meta-analysis, or both. And then we have the abstract here. So everything here talk about what the abstract need to look like, okay, for meta-analysis and systematic reviews. And then the introduction, what the introduction need to look like, okay, also provided. And then the method, what, how it needs to look like, everything is also discussed, okay, more on the method, and then on the method again, and then we come to the results, okay? So everything that needs to go to the result, it's there, more on the result again, and then the discussion, every component is there. Then we have funding, if ever there is funding, that need to be stated as well. Okay, so the table here is the flow diagram. So we have identification, screening, eligibility, and so on and so forth. Okay, so if you look at this, records identified through database searching. The number of papers you use, you have to write them down. Additional, you use, write them down. Record after duplicate. Okay, so everything here has to do with recording in numbers every detail that you use, simply because meta-analysis and systematic reviews is purely quantitative most of the time, okay, especially in the medical field. Okay, so if you check this table later, you get to know it. Okay, that's the second part of the table, and then that is that. Okay, so I did not email this to you because we did not include in detail systematic reviews and then meta-analysis, because the medical guys I was expecting, they could not sign up for the training. Okay, so I excluded that. But if you want to know more about this, I will email this PowerPoint as well. At least you can go through it. Okay, so that brings us to at the end of our discussion for today. Do you have any question or clarification about anything that we have discussed today, or about future trainings and so on and so forth? Okay, so the next training, I think that's next week. Okay, next training is on next week. It's just 4 hours training. It's not long. It's just 4 hours only. Okay, so it's about plagiarism. We did this training last month, but I got some more requests for the training again. So we decided to put up the training again on plagiarism. Okay, and the fee is only 600. But if you want to join, maybe we'll give you more discount. We can give you up to even 40% discount. That's okay with us. Okay, so if you want to join, you can just message later. That the training next week is going to be from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Just half day only. Okay, just half day. So it's open to those who want to join. Okay. So if you want to join from this particular group, if you want to join, instead of 600, you can just pay 400. 400 only. That's okay. Just 400 for the training on plagiarism. So we'll teach you how to use some softwares, especially turn it in, and then Grammarly, how to use it, and then some other ways you can avoid plagiarism. Okay, so you can do it. And then those of you who took the peer review, I encourage you, please finish the modules. Okay, finish the modules, and then after you are done, message us, let us know, so that we can issue your membership. Okay, we can issue your membership. Please do it. Okay, any more comments or clarification or anything?
Sir,
Yes, ma'am.
on our desire to be more skillful in reviewing,
Okay.
I guess I still need to practice more, especially on what area am I going to comment on the works of on the manuscript of the author. So I guess though I may have the certificate, but then I still need to
More
master
practice.
some areas first, and then how am I going to comment if my comment would be valid or not, or
Okay.
that's my worry lang, yes sir.
Yeah. Have you started the tablons already?
I started up to chapter 6 yet. Yep,
Module 6.
yeah, module 6.
Okay,
Because
so
I look for the material from from the resources, no, the pre-reviewed material.
okay.
And then I'm still looking for something that would align to the study that I am also working on. So I'm still learning, but at least with your lecture this afternoon, I can see where to get in as to the comment and what to include, because only this afternoon session gave me also an idea on what to look for in the material.
Okay. So the peer review exercise, there are I think 2 or 3 exercises on tablons. Okay, so when you review it, Web of Science will send your review to me to evaluate it. Okay, so I will make all the comments, all the areas that you need to fix. So ideally, when you finish all the exercises, you really know how to review a paper. Yeah, because all the weaknesses in your review, I'm going to point them out so that you can work on them and improve them. So I will encourage you, just finish the reviews, okay? Because through the process, you will learn how to do the proper review. I mean, review of article, not literature review. Okay, review of article. Okay, so just finish it. They will send it to me. I will check it, give comment, tell you which area you need to improve, and so on and so forth. Okay.
Thank you very much. God bless.
You are welcome. God bless. Okay, so if there are no other questions, let me see if there's any comment here. Okay, there's no more comment. Okay, so I will want you to just give me your feedback on the training for today. Just be honest, don't be nice to me. Just be honest, okay? So on a scale of 1 to 10, give us your feedback. 10 being excellent, and then 0 being least. Just be honest with you. Okay. Okay, and if somebody will want to co-publish a paper, maybe with me or with any person in our team, that's okay. Okay, so let's talk about it, and then we'll give you my ideas and we'll help in improving it. And I will just be your co-author, you'll be the main author. Okay, so if you want it, okay, we can
Sir,
co-publish.
sir,
Yes,
how
sir.
to be, sir, how to
Yes.
become a co-author with your team or with you?
Okay, so you, in case you want to begin an empirical research, okay, so we'll talk about the topic you want to do, and then I will guide in the formulation of the questionnaire or whatever we want to do, and then I'll provide all the technical advice and everything until the paper is done. And then when the paper is done, I'll be the one to prepare the paper for publication. So your goal, your role will be to do the data gathering and all those things and so forth. Okay, if your paper is done already and then you still want to, you want me to be your co-author, okay, I will just be the one to improve the whole paper. Okay, I will improve the paper, revise it and everything, make it ready for publication. Okay, so if you want it
Okay,
that
sir.
way,
I am interested on that. I am interested. I will message you anytime, sir.
Hello, sir.
okay, okay. Okay, so we
Hello,
can
hello.
work
Hello,
together
sir.
and then get paper published. In case you are stuck in one paper,
Hello, hello.
we can do that as well. Okay.
Dr. Yaman, hello.
Hello, sir.
Can I say something? Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Yeah. Thank you for acknowledging me. It's good that you have brought that idea. If we can work on a paper where you can co-author, because I had this. Actually, I had finished the paper. It's about the Ati people, the minority people in my area in Iloilo.
Yeah.
That's part of my extension project in my college, in my school, and I'm preparing actually to publish that with Ma'am Cristina Juarez. She is my mentor when I was in college. It's good that you have brought that because we're really planning to publish that. Only the problem is my background is statistics and it's not of course it's not social science or something in history. uh, I want someone maybe who had that background in because it's you know I think that would be because I'm not in that field, because I am in statistics, so I'm not I think the authority on that. Although I really wanted to publish that. The thing is, I am into extension work, and one of the sites that I had, communities that I had, I'm working with are the minorities in our area. So I hope you can help us.
All right, so we can work together on that, especially in the extension project, if ever there is anything that needs to be published. Maybe statistics might not be my background. Okay, but but from the past, I have worked on engineering papers, on physics papers, back in Thailand. Okay, so when it comes to editing, I know what it takes to edit even physics, chemistry, biology, because in the university, one of my majors was biology and chemistry. And then physics was one of my subjects all along from high school all the way to college. So I still have background.
So actually, my paper is actually qualitative. It's not quantitative. It's qualitative because I am working on the baseline information, the culture, history of the. It's more of preservation of their culture, specifically the language.
Okay, that is perfect. No problem with that. Okay, if it's cultural or qualitative in nature, no problem with that. We can work on that together.
How could we start that, sir? How could we start the partnership between among us? Me,
Okay.
you, maybe Ma'am Juarez, and then the who maybe wanted to join.
Okay.
Can we is message you in your email, or we send you message or Facebook or email?
Yes, you can send on Facebook or through email. That's okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So if there's no
Sir?
more, yes, ma'am.
Can I also invite you as my co-author? Three of us will be working. Actually, I'd like to share this. Let me have a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Just last Monday and Tuesday, I was able to speak to the personnel of one municipality here,
Okay.
and I talked about grammar and
Okay.
tips on how to pass proof exams, CSC, civil service.
Yes.
Now, I prior to that, I had already the proposal of the error analysis of the communications, the documents that they have in the office, and that would be my extension program that
Okay.
I am proposing. So before I arrived there, I requested for copies of their documents in the office.
Yeah.
That would be the basis of the error analysis. And then I lectured on the grammar, though we were having a limited time to discuss. I am also going to, I think I need to have another follow-up on the lecture because of the constraint of time. And then after the follow-up, they will be working on the papers again, writing the technical papers in their field, and that would be analyzed again for error analysis.
Okay.
So I think I need your help. I know I need your help to guide us, because other than attending seminars, it would be more more of a training for us if we conduct ourselves with your help and with your partnership.
Okay. Okay. No problem. We are ready to help and to co-author with you if you want to do that. No problem with that at all. Okay.
Sir,
I think
thank
in
you.
the past, I have worked on 3 linguistic papers, which were all published in a reputable journal. So I have some background in doing linguistics. Hello, Ma'am Lona.
Hello, sir. Just opened my cam.
Okay.
I'm
You're welcome.
expecting that.
Okay, Mom. Okay. So if there's nothing more, okay, is it okay? We'll end now. Okay, so thank you so much, Maramin Salamat po. Thank you for being part of this training. And then I'm looking ahead for more collaboration in the near future. So let's just take a photo before we end. So please switch on your camera. If you need help to switch on your camera, let me know, and then I will do it. I'll help you to do that.
I don't know, sir, but once again, I cannot open my camera.
You cannot open. Okay, I will check for you, sir.
Me too, Doc.
Okay, you check again. Maybe you should be able to open now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, who else cannot switch on the camera?
Me, Doc.
Yes. Okay, so I'm going to capture. We still have some more non-video participants. Okay.
I can't open my cam, Doc.
You cannot open. Okay, let me check for you. Is it Melogen?
I cannot open so, sir.
You cannot open too. Okay, just a moment. I'm trying to check if I can check it out for you.
Iswa. Ikan mo tao. Nagpuan mi. Wah.
Okay.
Mr. Tandoyan, sir.
Mom, Kat, just a moment. And then, okay. Okay, so is it okay for everybody now? Okay.
Me,
Who else cannot open?
Mr. Tandoyan, sir.
Come again?
Mr. Tandoyan.
Okay, okay, I will check for you, sir. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so I'm capturing now. You give your 180 degrees smile. Okay, so let's take
Okay,
it.
1, 2, 3, sir.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. Okay, capture. I'll capture one more again. Just a moment. Okay, capture again. One more. Okay. All right. It's a pan. It's a pan. Okay. Okay, one more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, done. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. God bless
Thank you.
everyone. Keep
Ingat po
safe.
lahat.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nga po, nga po.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, God bless.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank
you, Doc,
you.
ma'am. Thank you.